This is not much of a discussion.
We are just warming up. I think we should be starting officially in a few minutes, and then we usually wait a few minutes to let people kind of come in. So usually about
Yeah,
5
pickles.
past the hour.
Yeah, pickles.
Hey guys, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just about.
Ah, right. Oh, am I a bit quiet?
I think it might be me actually, human, because I'm still driving the truck. So
Okay, I can hear some noise in the background. Alright then, are we ready to start?
What's the topic?
Well, I was just going to open it up for today because we seem to go off track anyway.
Yep.
I'll delete that from the... Actually, we're streaming, so...
Alright,
okay, anyone got a topic?
Let me just say something that's on my mind, and this probably won't be a whole topic for the whole day's chat, but it's just the more I think about it, when that woman followed me home in LA, the one who stabbed me, and she was threatening to kill me and calling me an evil white man, and followed me to my home and got out of her car, and I kind of shoved her back in the car, to stop the door from opening and try to shove her away from, so I don't want her to follow me and stab me and kill me, right? What bothers me the most about that is what happened the next day when that female neighbor mocked me for it and tried to convince some guys to beat me up. I mean, I was literally just back from the hospital when she said, "Oh, so you like punching girls in the face? Didn't matter that I was stabbed. Didn't matter that she followed me home. Didn't matter that she threatened to kill me. Didn't matter that I didn't even hit her in the face at all anyway. I mean, it was a shove. Even if it had been a hit. A man isn't even allowed to defend his own personal body space, even when he's getting attacked, if the assailant happens to be a woman. It's ridiculous.
Well, and that's
Sorry, I know it's not really a topic, but I was just thinking it was just irritating me.
well, that's kind of the stigmatism that's there nowadays. Is that uh, if a man lays a hand on a woman, it's automatically, hey, you're hitting and abusing a woman. However, it don't matter if you're defending yourself or if you're trying to um, just. It doesn't matter in what sense you are doing, what the reason is for your for why you're doing it. It's automatically, oh, you're putting your hands on a woman, boom, you're automatically the bad guy in this situation.
people
Right.
say that like it's a surprise.
And then when you hear people say, "Oh, you guys just want to hit women," no, I want to be able to protect my own body and my own safety and my own space. That's a pretty reasonable thing for a human being to want. No?
Yeah, of course it is.
Of course it is. But the problem is the way that the world works, though, is that men are viewed as the dominant, and does not matter what the equation is. Um, we are automatically viewed as, no matter what the engagement is, we're automatically viewed as the aggressors. Does not matter if you are simply defending yourself or not. You will automatically be condemned for it.
Well, that sucks.
It was,
Pickles. Dude.
Shut up, Laura.
Dude, shut up.
You shut up.
What's going on? Alright. Right, okay, well, Blue, sorry, I was just setting up the links for everyone. Blue, your story is the fact that you keep thinking about it is something which, like, I think about a lot. When a traumatic thing happens to you, it burrows its way into your mind, and it basically it takes over a bit. It takes residence, and you can't really let it go very easily. You can let it go, but it takes time and it takes practice. And that's the sort of thing that happened to me, like when those girls set those bikers on me, which I mean, that's just my example. That everyone here has an example, I think, of a time when somebody did something like that to them. That, you know, it's like it does stay with you, and I don't think people really consider that, especially when it comes to men. Like if it comes to women, I think that people will consider it, and they'll say, "Oh no, you must be suffering with it." But with men, it's like, "Oh well, you weren't that badly hurt, and you did survive, and like, how bad could it really be if you're walking around and talking about it, you know?" And they don't really consider the idea that there might be an emotional response, that there might be a part of you that's broken by it, that you might be pressed about it, that you might be fearful, that you might be wondering if it's going to happen again, that you might have all these thoughts in your head, that you might be reliving it and thinking, "Oh, I could just do this, I could just done that." There's this whole there's this whole experience that nobody really talks about with regards to people being violent to them, and I think we should. And if anyone wants to talk about it now, that's fine. Go right ahead.
Well, it's also now the knowledge that 50% of the population can attack me with a knife, and there's a very large segment of the population that will take their side, if I defend myself. So 1 out of 2 human beings can pick up a knife and attack me. And even if they attack me first, it will automatically be seen as being in the right, or at least equally wrong. Like there's one of the guys at that barbecue was saying, "Well, you guys are like equally wrong." No, I wasn't wrong at all. And then the audacity, he said, you know, she really wants an apology, like the woman at the barbecue, because she had to see that. You get out of here. So I'm supposed to apologize to you because somebody else attacked me and I pushed them away? Because that person is your gender? I'm supposed to apologize to you for that? I could not believe it when I heard it. But what was notable is that I stood my ground. She said, "So you think it's okay to punch women in the face?" And I didn't say no. I didn't say I didn't do that. I said, if she's attacking me, yes, I do. And she wasn't expecting that. And I noticed very quickly after that conversation, the other men at the barbecue invited me to get a plate and grab some food. So at first they were kind of ganging up on me. But when they've heard me kind of present my case and explain the situation, if they thought I was that objectionable, they wouldn't have invited me to eat. Right? Their food at their party.
I think that is very interesting. What happened to you over that? I mean, it's like there's this shared identity that women seem to have that men just don't seem to have.
But I think men are starting to have it. There's only so much violence someone can go through before saying, you know what, this is enough. And it's because, you know, we see all these stories how domestic violence is getting worse and worse. We're seeing that article from the BBC, the video I did, men are sleeping outside in cars and tents because there's nowhere to go. So I think men are beginning to come together a bit. And what is this group right here?
You know, I think I've said it before, but society has kind of lost the like the male tribal sort of rituals that we used to have, where the men would go off on their own and they would basically bond by having like a party or by having a group ritual or something like that, where it was just the men, and like the younger boys would stay at home, and then the older boys would sort of graduate into it, and it would be like a whole thing. It's like that thing you see in the movies where there's a fire and they're dancing and there's masks and stuff like that. But it's actually like it can be anything. You know, it's just like the point is that it's a shared male bonding experience. We don't really have those anymore. We've kind of gotten rid of all the male spaces. I mean, I think I mentioned this last week. But, I think we need to bring that stuff back, and this is a good start.
And I wouldn't even call this a male space because, I mean, almost half our members are women. And a lot of the most famous MRAs are women. So I wouldn't even say a male space. I would just say a space that is friendly to men expressing their experiences and opinions without having to worry about, oh, is this being done from a feminist perspective, or can they just be honest? And that's one of the hypocrisies. Feminism talks about how we're against toxic masculinity. And what is toxic masculinity? Oh, it's how men can express themselves. But what we're doing is expressing ourselves right now. And what do feminists do? They try and shut us down. How does that make sense? I mean, surely that is toxic. Being against the men's rights movement is perpetuating toxic masculinity, because it's literally saying to men, you're not allowed to have your own voice.
Interesting argument that doesn't really get spoken much, I think. I think we should very much try to reframe toxic masculinity as what feminists are doing, because I've noticed before that there's almost nothing that gets them more angry and pushes them back more when they're like being anti-male than using their own ideological buzzwords to point out that they are wrong and you are right.
Drive in my yellow.
Nep. Nep. I think your kid may have pressed the button on your computer. Oh dear. That or you were singing us a little song. But, okay, go on, MP Painter.
This was actually the conversation I wanted to have. Was about male-only spaces and the effect on male mental health.
Well, please do. I mean, I'm very much in favour of male-only spaces, as long as it's not in the sort of sense that you're taking over like major events. Like male-only spaces to me are like the men's shed movement and things like that.
Would you be opposed to a pro-MRA woman being in a male-only space?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think that a pro-MRA woman would understand that those particular small male group spaces are therapeutic for the men. So you could potentially have one come in if it was well known in advance and so on and so forth that she was going to be there. But the idea is that male bonding is like, it's from what I understand, it's very difficult for that to happen when there are women about, because men sort of tend to clam up a bit more and they tend to feel like they've got to put on a strong front and stuff like that. But I mean, it would probably be better if the like everyone went to a pub after the meeting, and then, you know, all the women could show up and be like, hey, you know, join in with it and that sort of thing. But it's like that space kind of has to be reserved for, like, it's the thing. I mean, I have no objection to women making spaces like this as well. It's perfectly fine. It's just the idea is that
Then you're always going to have people saying, oh, I wonder what they're actually saying when women aren't there. I bet they're just being misogynistic when they're in private. What should I worry about?
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think those particular people who say that sort of thing say it because they're the kind of people who will hang around and talk crap about men when there's no men about. I mean, it's kind of projection, I think.
Projection.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I've
Wait,
never been in a
it's
male
not
group
projection.
where men are talking. Sorry?
I said it's not projection, it's manipulation. It's not a subconscious projection, it's an intentional lie.
Well, I think it's both, quite probably. I mean, when people project onto other people, what they're trying to do is defer blame. They're trying to say all the blame that could be pushed onto them is actually belonging to this other group. So this other group takes the blame, and it's all their fault. And so, what? Suspect me? You know, it's that kind of thing. It's I've seen it happen an awful lot. But yeah, it's Blue. Did you want to say something else?
No, I'm not now. Kind of. Did anyone else have something they want to throw in? You know, and it could be about really anything you're thinking of. Lydia?
Yeah, hi, I wanted to say something. Oh, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So, I also think it's important that there is a male-only space. And I talked to a friend of mine. I know him from university. And he said he actually wanted to start such a group. And he made a WhatsApp group. But not that many men were interested in it. And the sad thing is that a young woman came to him and asked him why he wanted to do this male-only group. Is he doing it because he wanted to separate the female and the male? So they were kind of suspicious. And after that, he didn't continue with the group because there was not so many people were interested in it, which I think is very sad.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's always going to be that belief that, as Blue Orange said, that if men just sit around in a group, that they'll just be like fucking frat boys or fuck boys, just discussing the best way to do discussing things about women, whereas that's almost certainly in most cases not the case. In some ways you could argue that it's even the opposite way around. That you could argue that groups that talk about how much they support women, very strong feminist groups, you could say that those are a breeding ground for the type of men who deliberately want to go and prey on vulnerable women, because they can put on you could argue that they could put on a facade of, I am someone who is very caring towards women and I want to support them, etc. But behind their backs, they're actually not that sort of person.
And
I don't actually think that most feminists are like secret predators or something. I think
No. I meant no. God no. No, I meant men who go into. I meant some men who go into those groups. Some. I want to specific. Some. A minority. But it can be It can be a place where men can go, where they can pretend to be people who deep down support women aren't predators, but they're not like that.
Yeah, I would agree. That happens with some men. I would also agree with Sharkan. I think most male feminists are genuine. They're just
they're genuine. They genuinely believe that they're on the right side of history.
Definitely. I want to emphasize again, a few.
Yeah, a few, but I think that's like not worth mentioning, I would say. I think we have some trolls, perhaps.
What?
Somebody making some funny noises in the background. I mean, I did hear a bunch of robotic noises, but well, anyway, I mean, I just wanted to say that...
You're not speaking.
Sorry, what?
Just reminding people to please keep their mics muted when they're not speaking.
Yes, please do. It really mangles up the voice chat if everyone's got their mics off.
When it comes to like the toxic masculinity narrative, I would say, I've said this before, it's probably best to take like a tabula rasa approach. Like there's no quality that is inherent to men, and there's no quality that is inherent to women. So masculinity itself doesn't exist. Neither does femininity. So it's completely wrong thing to say in the first place.
I think it's
Yeah.
more the case that masculinity and femininity are something of a spectrum, and that there are good things on that spectrum at all points. But I don't think that there is such a thing as negative masculinity or negative femininity, but I do think that people can flip positive traits into toxic ones. What I'm saying is that you can take stoicism, like the ability to walk through a harsh wilderness to retrieve food for your family, and you can turn that into something that harms men as a whole. You can utilize it and make men into your servants who go out into the harsh wilderness and get food for you and give them almost nothing, if you catch what I mean.
Yeah, this
just
happens
an example.
in Japan. That's married officers. They get an allowance. They get pocket money from their wives. They earn all the money and hand them over to their wives at the end of the month. The entire amount, and they get a pocket change for the whole month. They have to go live on that, and she just she just takes the entire rest of the money.
Indian MRAs, expat MRAs, often talk about this sort of stuff, where they have examples of men who find out after sending money home, basically all their money home, doing 2 jobs for their wife who's in another country, and she's living it up and she's cheating on him and so on and so forth. And he finds out and has an absolute meltdown because his entire life has been dedicated to preserving this family unit, and that's where he's been getting what little happiness he has in from the idea that he's supporting these other people, and then to be betrayed is what he's really angry about. Not the fact that he was working, but the fact that he was working for nothing.
Yeah, he was putting all his time and his effort into something that, at the end of the day didn't mean anything, and backstabbed in some ways.
A lot of people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Vietnam, they go to these Middle Eastern countries, or what else is there, Singapore. They work there, and they send basically their entire money back to their families, and they live like animals almost. The living conditions in these places is really, really terrible for the locals.
A lot of them are essentially enslaved.
Yeah.
What Saudi Arabia does is they confiscate their passports, and then they say, well, there's a fee to make an application to see the courts to get your passport back, but they never make enough money to save to afford the fee, because the amount of money they make is literally barely enough to be able to eat every day. So they end up being trapped there for years.
Yeah, there's these scammer groups that they organize the flights and stuff, and the people they send are usually not educated. They don't know any better. So that's how they end up working for, basically becoming slaves.
I do like to recommend people get in touch with Indian MRAs, foreign MRAs in general, because they are out there and their problems are pretty extreme. And we do, it is our duty to bring light to them. And by making these connections, we make the movement stronger as well. So if you guys want, I can put you in touch with Indian MRAs and I think some Spanish MRAs as well on a group that I'm on Twitter. And if you've got any kind of willingness to try and create a Twitter group of your own that can maybe bring more foreign MRAs together with English MRAs and so on, I think this would be a really good thing. Just form as many connections you possibly can with foreign MRAs. Or if you want to get involved in
This
those
is
groups
considered
generally.
human trafficking, right? Like this
It
could be
should be.
considered. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're very insidious in how they do it because they're not technically slaves on paper because they're not being forced to work there. They're not being forced to stay. But of course, in effect, they are because it's impossible. If they quit that job, they starve to death. So they have to keep working that job. And so they're stuck in this situation. And so, of course, on paper, the government of Dubai or Saudi Arabia, whoever it is, Singapore, can say, well, they're not slaves. They're here by their own free will, which is technically true. But of course, in practice, it's not really true, and they are stuck.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically how it works out in the end.
That's basically how sweatshops have always worked in America and places like that, where they set up these illegal places where foreign immigrants work, and they'll be on the farm or something like that. They'll be picking whatever it is in
Can
100
someone
degree
from
heat and
can someone from America explain the undocumented worker thing?
we have them in the UK as well.
Oh yeah, so explain how that actually plays
Are you talking about indentured servants?
I mean, how does it entirely work out?
I really don't know. But essentially, because if someone's here illegally and they can be deported, they would be afraid to report if they weren't getting fair wages. So the employer says, let's say they go to a dairy farm or something like that, or a factory. They say, we're going to give you $4 an hour, and you're all going to share this motel. And if you don't do it, we're going to report you, and you'll get deported. So if they go and they ask for a raise, or they say, you're not giving me minimum wage, they say, well, we'll report you to immigration and you'll be deported.
Yeah, and this is actual slavery. This is slave labor conditions, basically, playing out in the modern day. There's
To
not
an
much.
extent, yes, but I will say that if someone chooses to cross a border illegally and they don't follow the law and they're not documented to be there and they don't have legal permission to be there, then no, they don't have the same rights as citizens do when it comes to workers' rights. I mean, if I went into Mexico illegally and I didn't have a visa, why should I have the same rights as people who are Mexican citizens in Mexico?
Yeah, but this is a moral thing. You're talking from a legal perspective. I understand that, but this is I'm making the moral argument, I suppose.
To me, the moral choice would be to secure your border and then take your own unemployed and homeless people, then train them to work and give them a fair wage. That's what I would do. Reduce illegal immigration.
Obviously people don't want to do that. That's why they hire these undocumented workers in the first place.
Well, if the undocumented workers weren't there to get hired, those companies would have to hire American citizens. They wouldn't have a choice. They have the cheap laborers available to be exploited, but if it wasn't available, they would have to hire Americans for a fair wage. They wouldn't. That would be their only available choice.
I think the same applies when you're hiring, say, bringing in skilled workers like doctors. It disincentivizes the country to train people up to be able to do those sort of jobs.
there's like a huge how do I call this? Like there's like a huge discrepancy of concern for undocumented workers who are getting exploited to the points of like slavery, and some like Eastern European scammers who are coming in as mail order brides. Like people are
That's
more
interesting.
people are more concerned about that, you know, women scamming men and portraying these scammers as victims than they are of like men who are working in literal modern day slave conditions.
Yeah, that's definitely a big problem. There's a big scandal in the UK in a city called Leicester where there was a lot of that going on.
A lot of what?
A lot of exploitation and people working in really bad conditions in factories, getting paid very poorly.
I think we're going to expect to see a lot more of that now that the recession's hitting, with companies being less careful about who they hire and wanting more people on one-day contracts and 0-hour contracts and things like that.
I think another problem with immigration that people don't really talk about is the detrimental effect to the countries that the immigrants are coming from, because these countries are losing all of the best people in their country, all of the people that are most likely to improve the country, move it along, and bring it up to a better standard. They're emigrating, so it has a real detrimental effect on the countries the immigrants are coming from.
Britain famously does a lot. They have a huge brain drain effect across Africa and such. We import most of our doctors from abroad, partly because a large number of our doctors are the sorts who don't work a lot. In particular, women who get pregnant and then have to take long delays in their career as a doctor. So they need to hire abroad from India or from Africa. And so we take the best and brightest across Africa and such to Britain to do our work.
We should move back onto topic, I think, because we're getting off into different political territory. Does anyone else have anything to say about men's groups and or the way that men are exploited by families, or like who go off into other countries and pay money back to their families abroad?
One thing is that a lot of these success. Oh, okay. Can you speak? No. Okay.
I was just going to
say.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Okay, I was like, okay, you speak then. No, you speak. Okay. A lot of successful men's groups that have been through history are ones that are secretive, because people tend to not like it when men gather together in ordered groups. So being public tends to mean you get judged for denying women and such. Yes. You have to start macing people. That's what Masons are a lot of the time. A bunch of men gather together and do a bunch of weird rituals, and then they get to talk about themselves and help each other.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to build like secret societies.
I don't think we need to. I think we just need to be open about it. Because I think the reason that people are suspicious in part is because when there's a tribe and a group of men split off from the tribe without the other men, and they're in a little corner by themselves, people start to wonder if they're plotting something. And that's really what's going on.
I would have to agree with Ma. I think a secret society is the opposite of what we want. We should be as public and as visible and as relatable as possible.
I don't understand this, bro.
Sorry, Pickles, what was that?
Shut up. I don't understand what you guys are talking about.
Dude.
Bro, shut up.
We're talking about male shelters. You might want to mute your mic if there's somebody else in the room who's poking you or something. But yeah, we're talking about the idea that men's groups are valuable to men's mental health, and men should have the ability to go off and do things on their own, because when men form groups like the men's sheds where they do basically just do carpentry, that's the time when men like to share like stuff and talk about stuff that's hurting them, and it's a big help. It's like the male equivalent of a sewing circle, where the sewing is almost not the point.
hmm
Oh, okay.
It's a lot easier to talk about how you feel and about things that you're doing when you're sharing a hobby that you enjoy with someone from experience, and whether that's carpentry, blacksmithing, or I don't know, something that is a slow-paced, mostly chore or a skill. That's something that is useful when you want to talk about how you feel.
I definitely think it's a big problem, the amount of male spaces that have just been eradicated. Like men getting together doing hobbies, and it's just men only, because obviously the dynamic will change when there's women there. Men are much less likely to be open up and talk to each other about about problems they're having and emotional issues they're having when there are women there.
Yeah, and it's actually something that I heard a long time ago. But aren't there like no male shelters for male abuse victims in America? Like there's shared shelters, but there aren't any like specific for men. Or there was one that was supposed to be built, but then a person who was trying to do it basically got a bunch of hate mail and ended up not completing it, to put it mildly.
There's one or two in America, and funnily enough, it was the criticism from the men's rights movement and just the constant talking about it that actually got them to open one or two up.
Well, that's good.
As far as I know, there aren't even any shared ones. Like some of them will offer vouchers to men for hotels, and those ones they don't advertise those services. So it would be very, very hard for a man looking for a shelter to figure out that they actually do have services for men, because everything on their websites, everything on their advertising, it's all focused towards women and the male abuser, female victim dynamic. So it's very rare they'll use it. And another thing that's been brought up is there's no abuser services for women, and that's something that's very important, because if there's a woman that's being abusive and she wants to get help and she wants to stop being abusive, there's nothing out there to help her sort herself out.
I actually worked in a homeless shelter that allowed men and women and children, and it was very overpacked. And a lot of the times the men would be looked at, if they had a child with them that was theirs, they would be looked at as predatory by the women there. And it was really awkward to work there. But there's a few, and I worked in one. But I think there should be men-only shelters or men and children-only shelters. Because what if they have trauma with women and that triggers them to see a woman? I think they should have that separate. I don't know why they don't, but
You mentioned how there were homeless shelters. I was specifically talking about abuse ones, but yeah, the fact there are male homeless shelters as well. Homeless shelters for men and women. That's good.
Usually homeless shelters and abuse shelters are very similar here. They go hand in hand a lot of the time.
Oh, I wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite.
If you're abused, you often leave your partner, and then you don't have a home, and then you're homeless, and so you need a homeless abuse shelter.
I mean, they're not really the same though, because if you're living with an abusive partner, you do have a home, so you can't apply for a homeless shelter. I mean, if you literally are in a position where the abuse is so bad that you're out on the street, but I mean that's a very small minority of cases.
Well, there's a common MRA meme that goes around where they say, basically the shelter for abused men is prison or a homeless shelter. And I'm not sure if there are shelters that will let you in without registering, but I do think that the ones that do are the ones that are only open seasonally. So they'll only be like a big room where you can escape the snow, sort of thing.
Yeah, to be even more dark about that, I'd say the shelters, the graveyard. I mean, a lot of abused men end up just committing suicide because they can't get any help.
That was what happened to Earl Silverman, which was alluded to earlier. You should all look him up if you can. He's basically one of the considered one of like the founders of the men's shelter movement. Even though his shelter didn't last very long, he was horribly abused by the feminists. He went on TV, and women were hysterically attacking him while he was remaining calm, and everyone treated him like crap. And then he killed himself when his shelter went under, and suddenly everyone's blaming him and saying that, oh, no, the feminist movement didn't cause his death, we were super supportive and stuff like that, when in fact it was their policies and their activism that kept his shelter from being funded at all.
Yeah, a big part of that was that he was looking for funding and he was getting bounced between the government that was saying, oh, you have to apply to this specific committee for domestic violence, which was run by feminists, and they were refusing him funding, so he was just getting, and then they were telling him he needs to go to the government, so he was just getting bounced between the government and this committee for abuse victims, and he just wasn't getting any funding at all. I think he got like $100 or $200 a couple of times or something, but it was ridiculous.
If anyone wants to see Erin Pissy really angry, speak to her about Earl Silverman.
What was his name?
Earl Silverman.
Earl Silverman. I'll write it in the chat.
I spoke to Erin Pitsey about Earl, and to say she was angry at what happened to him is an understatement. I've never seen an 80-something-year-old woman shaking with rage.
Sorry, I tuned out for a bit. What was that about? Why was she shaking with rage?
Erin Pitsey, the woman who founded the world's first ever domestic violence shelter.
And the first shelter for men as well, or at least she had a good go of it. She rented the building, and then they sort of attacked her, if I remember, and they drove her out of the country, and they may have killed her dog. I can't really recall.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I think I remember now.
Yeah. Erin Pitsey, lovely lady. She's there's been some interviews with her on the Glass Blind Spot recently that I think everyone should watch if they can. Where she's talking about Laura Bates lying about her and about A Voice for Men. Yeah.
As far as men's domestic violence shelters go, mine was the front seat of the car.
Yeah, that sounds about right, to be honest. I've met a couple of homeless men who said, oh yeah, I'm out on the streets because of a divorce. They don't like to go into specifics, but you can tell. You don't end up on the streets because of a divorce if there wasn't some level of abuse there, because there's no way that somebody who loved you, even if they were falling out of love with you, would push you out onto the streets and do everything they could to keep you there if there wasn't some level of abuse there. I mean, you'd offer them like something like a couch until they got on their feet. But it's to shove somebody out your door after, marrying them and just leave them on the doorstep. It takes a level of either them abusing you or absolute stone cold psychopathy.
I've seen cases where men still go to work and they still provide a home until the divorce is final or whatever happens within the relationship. To the women, they provide shelter and food and all the necessities that they were already providing, and they sleep in their car or they sleep in a friend's house or they go to their shelter or whatever, just so they're taken care of because they still care about them. And I think that's really, really sad that happens. It's another
It's
thing that
happening to me at
happens
the
that we
moment.
don't talk about.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's something that men are raised to do partially, and partly something that men just naturally want to do, and find it as a point of pride to do, not to leave their partner, their ex-partner, in a bad position.
Something I found very interesting was going through messages from Johnny Depp to members of Amber Heard's family about the abuse case. He didn't take his wedding ring off until she did something absolutely awful. Like this was after all of the abuse. I think it was even after he left the house with her. He was still wearing that ring, and he still loved her. And I encourage you to read the messages. I can post them on the voice chat if you like. It's from the case that's ongoing, or I think it's still ongoing. Would anyone like to read them?
Can do. Was that her defecating on the bed by any chance, human?
That's a good meme.
Well, let me get it up and I'll show.
As far as men still providing for women after a relationship has ended, my ex-wife had £348 out of £590 last week.
Can I ask why? Like, is that required, or?
I'm only required to give her £101 a week.
Then why the extra, I guess? Yeah, everyone wants to know that question.
Because she's got no money, so £101 per week isn't going anywhere. I pay
That's her responsibility,
£125
though.
for food, £55 for gas and electric, 20 odd quid for fuel in the car, also stuff for the kids and what have you. So yeah, and I've had to borrow another 60 quid off other people just to get through the week.
I'm sorry, man.
Like, why can't she claim benefits?
She's getting the maximum she can because she's working.
So is she pretty irresponsible with money? Because I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but I mean, it does sound like that.
I'll give you some idea. She wanted to do some hippy drippy course down in Glastonbury, which was going to cost her £3,000.
I think you should, have you tried applying for custody? I mean, I know you're probably going to get the shit end of the stick if you do, but have you tried that? Is that something you want to do?
I don't have the means or the facilities in order to have custody of the children. Also, with this job, it's just I'd have to stop working. There's no other way around it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. It sounds like a bit of a fucked up situation. Yeah, to go back to what Human was saying earlier, I think there's definitely a very strong correlation between male abuse victims of various types and being homeless or going to jail. I think that there's a very, very strong correlation with that. A lot of male criminals were seriously abused in their childhood and came from single parent families. There's a very strong correlation between those those things, and then just various different abuse victims, ending up on drugs and then ending up on the streets because they've slipped through the cracks because there's just absolutely no help out there for them.
Well, you are just kind of disposed of as a homeless person. Well, as a homeless man, anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there's a number of stages to get to that point, though, where maybe you've been sexually abused as a child, or you've had an abuse, you've ended up with an abusive mother because of the divorce court situation. Like men's issues, like there's so many different stages where men's issues aren't addressed, where the man just ends up slipping through the cracks and ends up either being a criminal or being a drug user and ends up on the street, or an alcoholic and ends up on the street, or I think a lot of social issues could be solved by addressing a lot of this stuff.
A lot of social issues can be solved just with good education and healthcare, and with the knowledge spoiled by education, that people can talk about how they feel, men can talk about how they feel, women can talk about how they feel, and really it does come back down to the fact how if you don't have that good structure for people when they're growing up, they're not going to grow up to be people who can, talk about their feelings, talk about what's bothering them and stuff.
I mean, I think I don't buy the whole men need to be educated to talk about their feelings stuff. I definitely think you've got a point in terms of educating
I
people.
didn't mean I mean like education. How that teaches education doesn't just teach you knowledge; it teaches you how to socialize. But if there's enough in that's focused towards men to teach them how to talk about their feelings when they're growing up.
I mean, like I said, I would disagree with that largely. I mean, I don't think you've got absolutely zero grounds, Matt, to say that. But I think for the most part, I don't think teaching men to talk about their feelings is what's needed. I would agree.
I think you're misunderstanding what he's saying. He means education in a very general sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I would even go further and make the point that men don't need to be told how to talk about their feelings. Instead, they actually get taught how not to talk about their feelings. They get taught to shut down. They get told to.
I'm not talking about a specific class that teaches people. I just mean that a better support structure when men are maturing as they're growing up.
Yeah,
I do think
that's where male-only spaces come in useful. Also, this isn't a thing of men needing to talk about their feelings and about their problems and everything else. It's people need to shut.
You just cut out there at the end. You said people need to shut.
At a very ironic point, in fact.
Yeah, but nobody wants you to talk about your feelings. You got cut off.
People need to shut up and start listening when men talk about their problems. It's not a case of men not talking; it's people not listening.
Yeah, I'd say you've got that. That's more of a point. I would say that a lot of people don't want to hear men complain or men talk. A lot of the time, you get sort of a little and then no real response, or you'll get told to sort it out yourself, or or in very extreme examples blamed for it.
I agree. It's just that those sort of responses where they tell men to, or they either don't react, or they sit, or they tell them to shut up or man up or whatever. That does kind of force the idea that men can't talk about their feelings.
When people say they want men to talk more about their feelings. Okay. When people say they want men to talk more about their feelings, what they normally mean is they want sort of faked vulnerability of happiness, like talking about how deeply you love nature or person. You can't talk about sadness or anger because those are bad emotions. You talk about your deep love for something. It has to be romantic emotions. Other emotions are banned.
Well, I think it's a lot of it's more just sort of men need to express themselves exactly like women, like the way and they can't express things that are outside of the pre-prescribed sort of acceptable bounds of what they're allowed to say.
Of course, that's what they mean when they say get in touch with your feminine side.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can talk.
I think the issue isn't men expressing their feelings or not expressing their feelings. I believe it's nothing gets done about it. You can sit there and say, I'm depressed, I'm sad, these are the issues causing that. And we just blow them off. We can listen all day long. I will sit there and listen to you rant and rave about your day and how bad your life is. Anyone who knows me knows I listen, but I can't do anything. There's not anything being done, and that's the issue. Is the being done part, not necessarily the feeling part.
I think that's very right. I mean, men men's problems tend to have very, very practical, mechanical. They tend to be practical, mechanical issues with their life, or with their finances, or with their relationships and things like that, that need an actual solid solution for the man to be happy. And people seem to forget that. Like they say, oh, we work through your feelings. Yeah, but you can't really work through your feelings when you're homeless, can you? I mean, you can work through your feelings and accept it, but you can't really solve it.
Yeah, exactly the point I was trying to make. Like, a lot of the times it's not even about being emotional. It's systematic problems, like the ones we mentioned before, the slave labor and the stuff like that.
Well, I'd say a big one there is not being able to see your kids. I mean, that's a problem. You know, somebody can listen to you, you know, for a straight week to complain about it, but it's not going to do any good. Being able to see your kids is the only thing that's going to help that, really.
And then there was silence.
Yeah, I think that's happened a few times after I've said something. I'm starting to get a bit paranoid. Am I the conversation killer here?
No.
I was gonna say something, but I'm dealing with kids right now, so.
Does anyone have anything to say that's going to kickstart conversation?
One of you said that there's only 2 men's rights shelters or men's abuse shelters in America. When was the first one built?
That was in Arkansas. I can't remember who built it though.
No, but like when?
I think there probably is more than 2 places that take men in. There's definitely very, very few, because I can't think. Hypothetically, and I lived in LA, which is a very big city with supposedly lots of social welfare programs and shelters and whatnot. I would not have known where to go or where to tell a guy to go in that situation. As for when the first one was built, who knows? I really don't know.
I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. But yeah, I mean, like as far as I know, there's only 2. Like I said before, there are certain shelters that will offer services to men, so they'll offer them a hotel voucher basically, which, and like I said as well, they're not advertising that. It's you have to really you'd have to literally look at their website, see that it's a women's service, and then still call them, which a lot of men aren't likely to do. And also getting that hotel voucher, that doesn't give you access to the same other services that a woman would get, so like counselling, maybe somebody to help you find another place to live, etc., etc. Like you just literally get given a hotel voucher and told to piss off.
Another thing is we look a lot at feminists, and we see like the radicals, right? And that must be what the feminists think of us, right? As just like the loud minority of radical people. So how do you separate yourself, or like say or tell the person that's a radical that way, that just like hates women?
Find out what you agree with. Find out what you agree on. Like, that's the point, is that I'm very sure that everyone in this VC right now does believe in equality between the sexes, and I'm pretty sure the vast majority of feminists believe that as well. It's like with most groups, there is just a large allowed minority who, because they're so vocal, they ruin it for the rest of us, and they give it a bad interpretation. They give it a bad view.
I would disagree with that. I think that's pretty simplistic, and it doesn't really. I mean, if you look at, for instance, I mean, who are the radicals in the men's rights movement? I mean, they are literally people on the fringes that are not accepted within the movement. You couldn't point to a radical, prominent member of the men's rights movement. But if you look at feminism,
part of the MRA, they're like part of other groups that get conflated with the MRA.
Yeah.
Or they claim to be MRA. They claim that label.
But then they're not prominent members. Whereas
Does Gavin McInnes claim to be MRA?
No, I wouldn't call him radical either, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah, he's not radical. He's just
he's supportive. He's kind of supportive of a few bits and bobs here and there, but he certainly wouldn't identify as an MRA.
Well, he made excuses for like female rapists. So.
Oh yeah. Like I've heard him say some pretty bad shit.
Yes,
in terms of men's rights for sure. But what I was going to say as well is in terms of feminism, the radicals in the feminist movement, they're prominent members. So like you can take the most radical feminists like Valerie Solanas and her book, The Scum Manifesto, which calls for genocide of men, is still taught in academic feminist courses. It's still part of a lot of feminist courses, and it's like required reading.
People who laid the foundation are at the root are, I would say, completely rotten.
Yeah, the core members, the founding mothers of the movement, who are still widely praised throughout feminist circles, consist of pedophiles, zoophiles, and a bunch of other really reprehensible people. We've got Sally Miller Gerhardt, who's really into genocide. We've got Germaine Greer published a book of naked photos of boys. Andrea Dworkin, do we even really want to talk about some of the stuff that she said? We'd probably get kicked off of YouTube. These are the founding mothers of feminism. These are the people who drew it together. These are the ones who get awards and big dinners at NOW conferences. These NOW actually smuggled the Scum Manifesto out of an insane asylum. So it's yeah, they did that. We know the exact member of NOW who did it. Yeah, we should do an article on it at some point, like absolute crazy things.
This type of stuff coming from any other group would be rightfully labeled a hate movement, like immediately.
I think a good example of that, the sort of dichotomy here, would be Paul Elam and his article that he constantly gets misquoted, the Bash a Violent Bitch Month article. The original article he was responding to was literally feminists in a very, very prominent feminist publication talking about how they abuse their men, throw ashtrays at them, beat them, and how empowered they are and how great it is. And his response was satire, and it was talking about hitting violent women back in retaliation, and he gets painted as evil for that and an extremist. And nobody, the feminist article's just gone straight into the memory hole. Like nobody even acknowledges that it exists.
I think it's still on there. It's on Jezebel. It's have you hit your boyfriend because we have? I think is what it's called. I'll probably Google that.
That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but this is the sort of stuff they're saying, and it's when women say it, it seems to turn into a pity party for her. But when men say it, it's suddenly DEFCON.
Or joke as in when women start talking about is it funny how you beat up your husband? It's seen as like a joke, whereas actually they could be.
Yeah, well, they framed the whole thing as a joke.
They laughed at castrating a man. So I don't think anything.
Okay, I just found the article. It says, "Have you ever beat up a boyfriend?" Because we have. I'm gonna put it in the chat text. And yes, it's still online. This is still an article on Jezebel.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend reading Paul Elam's response to it, and then actually having a think about how the response in the media to Paul Elam and the constant lies about his article sort of matches up with the reaction to that one, and there's the total ignoring of the article that inspired his one.
So which chat was the article put in?
Hold on, I'm gonna post it now. I'm gonna post it in the chat discussion in 5, 4, in the voice discussion channel. 3, 2, 1. There it is.
We didn't really need to count them, but thank you, Blake.
there's this saying within feminist movements or groups that I've seen, especially the radical ones, to gaslight MRAs is, and this is like an actual quote, when we talk about women's rights, we talk about the right to vote, but when we talk about men's rights, they talk about the right to hit women. And it's just such a gaslighting phrase. And anytime you try to correct them, I think it's a reference to that article that you're talking about, where that phrase came from, or that quote came from. But, like, it's such a gaslighting thing to say. And I think that's what it creates radicals. Because then they see that and they're like, oh, well, if that's the case, then men shouldn't have rights. And, like, it's a very toxic cycle.
It's a very commonly used article to smear the MRM, the Paul Elam's article. But like I said, if you read it, it's satire. It's essentially switching the genders on the Jezebel article, but it's actually a much less extreme than a Jezebel article, because it is talking about defending yourself against a violent woman, as opposed to just hitting your boyfriend because he's upset you, which is what the Jezebel article was. I mean, one of them, she beat. It was sick. She beat her husband because he thought he might have breast cancer, even though I think it's something like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 breast cancer sufferers are men, and he had a lump in his breast, and he was worried it was breast cancer, and she lost it with him and beat him because of that. It was a really disturbing article.
How does that make sense?
The right to vote thing. In a lot of countries, men still don't have the right to vote by default. So in a sense, men actually still don't have the right to vote. Or at least
America.
Vote. Yeah, America would be one. Or any country with male-only draft.
I think that article with the way they reframe stuff is very, very interesting. Like the way they all take us and they'll put us in the same sentence as far right sort of idiots who are like thugs that'll go and like run around and beat people up because they're the wrong shade of brown, and it's really stupid, but it works because people are ignorant, and I think we need to. Sorry, carry on.
No, carry on. I was interrupting you.
Yeah, I was just saying it's like it works because people are ignorant, and the way to counter that is obviously by educating them, and that's the difficult thing, because reaching out to people as a whole is, it's very, very difficult.
That's why I'm here, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure I've said a few things where everyone's like, I disagree with that, and that's why I'm here, because at the end of the day, I'm interested in men's rights, like I am an egalitarian, obviously. I'm pretty sure everyone is here, but I don't really know a lot. Don't get me wrong, I don't have this misconception that men's rights group is a bunch of whiny man babies who want women to stay in the kitchen, but I want to actually know the facts and what you guys do believe, so that I can maybe not ever call myself a men's rights activist, but agree with you and side with you on a lot of arguments.
I think that's a very distinct difference between men's rights advocates and feminists. Like, we don't care if you call yourself a men's rights advocate. If you care about a certain men's issue,
oh yeah, definitely,
you're willing to help. You don't care what you call yourself. Whereas a feminist will be like, yeah, you have to call yourself a feminist, or you don't care about equality and you hate women.
Yeah, I've experienced that before, so yeah, not even from radical feminists, just from someone who I thought was a good family friend. I told them, I'm not a feminist, I'm just an egalitarian. She goes, well, why aren't you just a feminist? I'm like, well, I don't really like labels, to be honest, at the end of the day. And she goes, well, just call yourself a feminist. I'm like, but I don't like that label. Yeah. She got a bit upset.
Let me guess, did she point you to the dictionary definition of feminism? That's
no, I already beat her to it. I had already beaten her to it by that point.
That's a real classic.
I mean, the funny thing is that there's actually two definitions in most dictionaries, and it's not just the political theory. Well, that's one thing. The first one is the political theory of the equality of the sexes. So it's actually a political theory. So that if that political theory is wrong, it's not actually equality. And then the second definition is just advocacy on behalf of women. So neither really is actually, by definition, equality.
Some of them do put the word equality in there, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stupid argument anyway. Like, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Pointing to a dictionary to define any ideology is stupid.
Yeah.
But even
Especially if that ideology wrote the dictionary.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, even if you play by that rule and accept that, okay, the dictionary definition is valid, it's still a bad argument.
Yeah, a movement, an ideology, even a country. North Korea is known as democratic states of the people, something like that, and we all know for sure that's not true. And the same with movements and with definitions of words and stuff in dictionaries and stuff. We know it's not true because
I disagree. If you don't support North Korea, you're against democracy.
Fuck. Well, I'm sorry, boys. Guess I'm out.
He actually win.
He committed to that joke. Jesus.
Yeah. Well done. Well played.
I do have a question. As in regards to feminism and MRA, let's say feminism is the advocacy for women's rights to be equal to men, and men's rights is the advocacy for men to be equal to women. So what happens if we get rid of feminism? Will MRA step up and say, hey, women face these challenges just as well as men do? Will that be a topic of discussion?
I hope so.
If that did happen, then I would say 100% yes. I mean, if we were the only one, I would say an MRA society would be a perfect, not perfect, because humans will never be perfect, but an MRA society would be the most fair society in the history of the world, in my opinion. The reason why I stayed with the men's rights movement for so many years is because of all the ideologies that I've seen. MRM is the most fair and the most equal overall. So I would say if that were to happen, yes.
I mean, how I'd respond to that was if you pointed me to any specific issue and show me, okay, women are disadvantaged here, I would fight for that 100%. But the issue for me is point me to one. I mean, I don't really see any area that women are disadvantaged in. I mean, the only one that I could think of is more sort of women tend to get taken less seriously as actors, and sort of as agents of they get taken less seriously basically when they're in like maybe a professional setting or something.
Also, in doctor settings, there have been many cases where women have died because the doctors dismissed their pain as them being overdramatic.
It is a psychological issue, something like that. Yeah, they always pointed to stress or something like that.
I can see that, but I mean, even with something like that, if you look at that, I mean, there is a logical reason behind it. So when men are in pain, they're much less likely to say, whereas when women are much more likely to over-exaggerate their pain. So I don't know how you would be able to fix something like that. That's a difficult one.
I will say there are a lot of, I hate to say it, but there are a lot of bad doctors. Like I've read posts on 2X chromosome subreddit where basically they were saying I went to the doctor and I had serious pain or serious whatever it was, the problem, and he dismissed it. He dismissed it as anxiety. And 2 months later, I was diagnosed with cervical cancer. That's a very true thing that happens. But I will say that is not something that is unique to women. There are so many stories, both men and women, doctors missing diagnoses, being lazy, not doing their job, not doing the right tests, being out of date on medical information. So yeah, I do believe those stories 100% when women go to the doctor and they're not taken seriously.
I agree with you.
I
think it's a doctor issue.
I get this every time I go to the doctor with something serious. Like my doctor, I've had male and female doctors do this, and I don't really want to go into specifics, but quite serious things that nearly killed me. Doctors have just been like, oh, it's just this, it's just that, you'll be fine, don't worry about it, come back in a week or so if you still feel, and
People
like,
forget. Go on.
Sorry, go on, what was that?
People forget that doctors are human beings. We think doctors are like computers and they get everything right, but no. Doctors get things wrong. Doctors have personality problems. Doctors can be lazy. Doctors can be incompetent. Doctors
Degree
can just
overworked to the point where they just can't do their job properly anymore because they're so overworked as well. Sorry, I interrupted you. I won't do that.
Yeah. Compassion fatigue is a thing. I mean, there comes a point where you've got 15 minutes to get this patient out of your room with a diagnosis or a clean bill of health. And, boom, 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 15 minutes, every 15 minutes for the whole day. And you get an hour for lunch and a couple of little breaks, and then you're back at it, and you've got paperwork to do, and you've got meetings, and in the end, you start to see it as just a customer service job. You start to see it as a customer service job, and I can understand it, but at the same time, if somebody's sitting there trying to explain to you, and they've been back several times, and they've got something that's really worrying them, then maybe you need to do more than just say they're going to be okay and leave,
Well, I'll definitely say there's an element of that to it, but there's definitely an element of sort of just bad doctors, and I think with any issue that affects both genders, you're always going to get sort of it affects women more narrative, and the reason that women are getting this treatment is because of sexism, even though it's something that will affect men as well. But I definitely think there's something there with women being more likely to complain about minor issues and make a big deal of them and small amounts of pain, and men being less likely to complain when they're in serious pain. So there definitely is a thing that doctors will take men more seriously when they're complaining about pain. But there's definitely there's a valid reason behind that. I'm not saying it's not a problem that doesn't need to be addressed, but there's definitely a valid reason behind why a doctor would be more likely to take a man seriously than a woman seriously when they're complaining about pain.
There's also a big issue
from nurses. I've heard the same thing from nurses is all I wanted to say. Carry on.
There was a big issue in a lot of countries, America and UK, that paperwork and bureaucracy is emphasized. That sort of stuff provides jobs, primarily to women, which are socially active and good for people and help them out, and is very, very expensive. A lot of the cost of healthcare is focused on paperwork, and a huge quantity of the doctor's time is spent doing paperwork, often pointless, repetitive paperwork. That's a big reason why they're so overworked, because healthcare system is used as a welfare system to give people jobs, bureaucracy jobs. So one big way to fix that would be to let the doctors do their job, and also their training schedule was designed by someone who lived on cocaine, and it's really unrealistic. And so a lot of doctors aren't trained very well because they have to work absurd hours. So we, in many, many countries, have a big issue of doctors being heavily, heavily overworked and poorly trained, because that's what's needed to provide welfare for lots of people.
Nep, just gonna say, there's lots of noise on your line, like moving plates about and stuff. So people, when you are speaking, do be very, very careful about tapping keys and moving plates, and even things like scrolling and stuff like that, because everything makes noise.
So I'm currently fighting a baby who's grabbed some flour and is pouring it over the floor. So that's the main issue at the moment.
Oh, that sounds funny. You should post us some pictures. But yeah, just be careful about the noise in the background if you could. Yeah, we were talking about. I have heard, like, from nurses and so on and so forth, that women they are more vocal about pain, and that probably explains why we have more women saying that they're at risk of suicide in the statistics. That we don't really have statistics on how many attempts of suicide there are because you can't really count it. But we do have like statistics saying that women are more likely to go ahead and tell people about their problems, which is a good thing. And I think men should do it more. But I mean, there is that issue of doctors becoming sort of hardened to it.
I will say that I prefer male doctors over female doctors, especially in the gynecology area, because I have lived with PCOS my entire life, and all the doctors said it was just minor pain, it's fine, it'll go away. And then I saw my first male gynecologist, and he took me seriously right away. He got me a diagnosis, and he figured out what it was. And I have seen female gynecologists for years and years and years. And he took one look and was like, that's what it is. You know, why didn't they believe you? And so I don't know. I trust male doctors more. I think they're more thorough in that area. And also I think they'll believe pain a little more. Maybe I'm biased on that, but I think that male
I wouldn't be
doctors
surprised if
are a
you're
little
right.
more thorough.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right because I think men tend to have more empathy towards women and care about protecting women and sort of solving women's problems and care when women are in pain more than other women do.
I couldn't honestly say if it's true or not, but maybe. I don't know.
I have a suspicion that that's the case. I mean,
Yeah.
like, it makes sense to me.
It could be. It could also just be that he was just better at his job.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I've seen stuff that indicates that. I've seen studies that indicate that, but yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have any other topics they'd like to talk about, just so we can spring off on something else? Because I feel like we've talked through that thing, unless anyone else has got something to say about it.
No, seems like
I was going to say about the suicide thing. Somebody just mentioned about women being more susceptible to suicide attempts. I tried to have this conversation with a feminist who joined us the other night, and he couldn't understand what I was trying to say to him. In that, if women are more susceptible to suicide or suicide attempts, anyway, and the big problem with men committing suicide is toxic masculinity and men not talking, and women are more likely to talk, how do they square that one away?
That was just pure gaslighting.
I don't buy that statistic anyway. I think there's a lot of fuckery that goes on with it because some of these things that are being counted as suicide attempts, they're not genuine suicide attempts. I mean, like there's something called a suicidal gesture, which is just to get attention, basically. So, you know, taking a few pills, you know, downing half a bottle of wine, and then sitting in the bath and phoning all your friends. You know, that's counted as a suicide attempt. And I think the other problem with that statistic is the same woman could do that sort of thing 10, 11, 12 times, and that will all get counted in the statistics. So that's 12 suicide attempts in the statistics from one individual woman. Now, a man just committing suicide and succeeding will count as one successful suicide attempt. So there's a lot of fuckery in those statistics.
Isn't like men's suicide like much higher than women's like across the world per country or something?
Yeah. We're talking successful suicide attempts for sure, but I mean that's where this response comes from. It's a sort of response to that statistic. Or they'll say, "Oh, well, women attempt it more," and like I was saying, I think the statistics there are they're very, very, very suspect.
Yeah, men are 70 to 80% of all suicides. So if women are attempting more, then they can't be attempting very hard.
Man, I want to make that joke.
Sorry, what are you saying, Stillis?
someone who wants to kill themselves and wants to die, if they fail a suicide attempt, they won't say, I failed a suicide attempt, or I tried and it didn't work, because then people are going to get them help. And I think that's why men are so silent about it. They might try a few times and fail, but not say anything about it because they want to die. Versus women who want help. They want someone to reach out and be like, oh, poor you. Not all the time, but they want someone to notice them. Even though they may be genuinely suicidal. I think women have more of a reaching out than men do.
Yeah, I do think that women have more social networks and they have more ability to reach out than men do. One of the worst arguments I've ever heard, really, with regards to suicide has to be that, women don't manage to kill themselves more because they want to leave a pretty suicide and they don't want to leave a big mess and they're more considerate.
I don't think they care. I don't think they would care.
They actually said that.
The more common argument that I've heard is that the reason that men succeed more is because they're more violent, and it's because of toxic masculinity, which really fucking pisses me off.
Of course, like the root of all problems, toxic masculinity.
Yeah, that is a much more common argument, but they're both victim-blaming arguments.
Which is horrible at the end of the day.
That guy just kept going on about toxic masculinity, like over and over and over again.
Well, it's essentially a buzzword nowadays, isn't it? It's a buzzword that you can throw without trying to make a good argument that everyone kind of knows what it means now, and you don't really have to put much more into it. At least that's what I see it as. I don't know if people are going to disagree.
Yeah, we asked him to define his terms, and he really couldn't explain much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really common thread with a lot of sort of tricky subjects. People like simple explanations, simple little catchphrases that just sum up everything and make it very easy for them. They don't have to really think very much. They don't have to do any research. They've just got their very simple narrative of how the world works. And I think that's the case with a lot of things.
And also,
the problem is
people can't really think at all. Like the average IQ of humanity is like 100, and you can't really think very well if you only have like 100 IQ.
I wouldn't give so much credence to IQs.
Me neither. I think it's more a case of apathy. People they read what's in the newspapers. Jay Willie, you're making a lot of noise. Could you mute your mic? Right, thank you. They just read the newspapers, they listen to the politicians, they follow their particular football team, and they don't really put the mental energy into thinking about things because it's a lot of effort and they've got a 9-to-5 job and they just don't have the time and stuff like that. And they just get caught in this sort of cycle, and they weren't very well educated to begin with because they were educated in like a public school where there's 1,000 other kids and nobody really cares about them.
I mean, I'd say it's a little of column A and a little of column B. There's definitely a lot of people that just either haven't got the time or are too lazy to put in the work to understand issues. But there's definitely a lot of people that just aren't bright enough to understand the arguments.
And also, like, if I could just understand a lot of these things without putting much effort into it, then it's like if I can do it without any effort, right? And I know other people who can't do it without any effort, right? Then why does there so many people who seems to not be able to think? Like intelligence, right? It's like a factor. Like it seems kind of evident. Like if you look at people, just unless people are really trying not to think, but like it's like not really the same though. Like
I think there's also another element of people that are intelligent and their intelligence leads them to make very, very sophisticated arguments just to delude themselves and to explain away inconvenient facts. They use their intelligence in the wrong way. They use it to explain away evidence rather than assess it accurately.
Oh, I encounter that all the time. I think a major problem that hasn't been mentioned though is how academic fraud is driving the feminist narrative and how shutting down alternative voices means that people like that person who came to this forum have probably genuinely never really had any exposure to any other ideas outside of feminism. And so they have this idea that it's scientific because it's got academic papers and things like that, and it's got studies and it's got journals and it's got the American Psychological Association and the UN vouching for it. And it's very hard to argue against somebody who has all that authoritative clout behind them, because you're not just fighting one person, you're fighting an entire society, and they're seeing it as basically a battle of ideas where their ideas have to triumph in order to be true. I mean, that's really the big lie of postmodernism. You have the battle of ideas is won not by facts, but by destroying the opponent, and that is what makes your facts true.
And that's like completely intellectual dishonest though, because like if I know, right, something that I know to be true, right, it doesn't matter what the majority of people, if they understand it or not. Like most people don't understand quantum physics. That doesn't mean quantum physics doesn't exist, right? Like reality exists independent of human thought and interpretation of that reality. And if people can't see that, then they must be, I'm not saying unintelligent, but they must be very stupid, because it's like, I mean, like, I think that's kind of self-evident. So.
Yeah, to go back to what Human was saying there about the academic feminism, it's a very convenient thing for people that sort of lean towards a feminist perspective or that are just very gynocentric. It's very simple for those sort of people just to point to just to make an argument and say, oh well, this academic branch of feminism agrees with me, and it's science. It's called a science, so therefore I'm right. I have these 10 very badly done feminist studies that all agree with me, so therefore I'm right and you're wrong, and they don't have to look any deeper into it. They don't have to consider your critiques of the study, but they won't, if you could point out 10 flaws in the study, that they'll ignore that. They'll just say, well, the study says it, so I'm right.
Yeah, but then
not just
like they're being intellectually dishonest at that point, right? And like it's very like clear that they are actually pretty much not understanding what they are talking about, and if they do, they just want to perpetrate like a lie in order to use that to get more power for themselves. So I guess it have sometimes more to do with evil than with stupidity, I suppose.
It is actually some.
So I was going to say, I think it's more just a very common flaw with people that they want to confirm their own beliefs, and if I don't think it's necessarily evil or stupidity, it's just they want to confirm their own beliefs, and they have an appeal to authority they can use right there that confirms their beliefs. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily stupidity or malevolence. It's just a natural thing that a lot of people have where they just want to confirm their own ideas.
Oh yeah, you'll find that in every movement. You'll find that in our movement. Like for example, the idea that the foreskin has 20,000 nerve endings. That's never actually been proven. There's no studies on that. And I have been trying to shoot that down in the movement because we just don't know. What we need to do is get somebody to actually get down there with a microscope and bloody count the things and just like meticulously go through it and work it out.
It's good propaganda.
I have actually seen these 20,000 statistic is definitely a bit of a woozle, but I can't find it now, but I did actually see the only studies into the foreskin that I have seen that were sort of more legitimate. They placed it between 20,000 and 80,000, which is obviously a very wide range. I can't find it though, but there wasn't actually a proper study into it.
Yeah, well, what I found was through my research, it all linked back to this one guy who was basically asked how many and had a rough guess. So
that's the source of the actual solid 20,000 number. But like I said, I really need to try and find. I've really looked for the study that I saw. Again, it was a small sample size and it had a very wide ranging numbers. But I wouldn't put any stock in it at all. But I mean, I find using 20,000 as the bottom end of that to be useful. But I'd only do it if I could actually find the study and so I could back it up. But I can't find it anymore. So yeah, I'll definitely agree with you. It's not good to use that number as some sort of knockdown argument.
Yeah, well, there's certainly quite a few in there. It's certainly quite a sensitive thing. But saying that it's just dishonest. And we need to avoid that kind of feminist dishonesty where they will support each other in public and like they'll support each other over lies. In private, they might have a talk about it, but probably not. And they'll just like build a front where everyone knows that it's not true, but they say it anyway. And it's kind of like what politicians do, you know. I don't know which group that's disgracing with the insult there, but there you go.
I would like
to shortly come back to what you said, Human, about living in a world where the feminist narrative is so believed. I always feel, I don't know how you feel about it, but every time I talk about men's issues and MRAs and stuff like that, I feel like I am spreading a conspiracy theory. I know it's definitely not a conspiracy theory, but do you know my struggle? Because when I talk to my course coordinator, I sometimes avoid these issues because I don't want him to think that I'm strange or I have problems or stuff like that. I don't know how you feel, and well, if you could tell me how you cope with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit of a problem. I've had that problem as well. Generally, the best tactic you can take, really, if you're not sure, is to say you're an egalitarian, which is honest because this movement is built on egalitarianism. I mean, if you go back a week, you'll find us getting annoyed about women's issues in the main chat, actually, with the Cuties film, because that was little girls, and we were just as angry about that as we would have been if it was little boys.
We also like it's also kind of important if I'm right, is that not all MRAs are necessarily egalitarians, because if you look at take someone like Karen Strawn, for example, who does not identify or consider herself to be an egalitarian, but she's definitely still a men's rights activist. Does that make sense?
Well, we want the society to be as equal as possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everything will have to be each according to their needs, basically. Like, an egalitarian society would make special provision for the disabled, for example, and there would have to be special provision for women in combat. Although I do think that if there is a draft, women should be drafted into roles that they can fulfill and that they have the muscle mass and so on to fulfill. So they might be in more support roles, but that doesn't mean they're not drafted. I mean, I'm not against the draft as a concept, but I understand that it is something that we can't really get rid of, because if we get rid of it, it'll just come back in an emergency.
Like, I would say that you can't technically get rid of it, because several countries have not been able to hold it, because the draft is like fundamental human rights violation, and if anybody are interested in human rights for any reason, for any group, should always like stand outright against it. And also like it's like fundamentally broken. Like the whole idea is outdated. Like we don't live in like I sound like a fucking stupid person. We live in the year 2020, right? And we are like come past the need for any draft legislation. We don't like we like it's, for example, we do. It's so backwards. It's like so in the past. It's not something that I think the people
Modern day slavery.
Yeah, it is. Like, we should not, like, people should like understand that like that is a bad thing. Just like people in the past had to understand that slavery is a bad thing, and that needs to be understood in other parts of the world still. and that's the reason why we can't just like let in things like that stand in any form. And it always needs. It just can't. It just doesn't work. It's like very wrong.
Yeah, the problem is that these are all very good ideals and so on and so forth, but when the country enters a state of total war, it is going to enact a draft. You know, it's just a matter of fact, really, that they will do that to preserve their society. And it's a matter of fact that it's usually men who end up fulfilling that role, although it shouldn't just be men if it is enacted.
Yeah, but that's like then there's no reason to abolish it initially, right? Because then there will be maybe several generations of innocent people that doesn't have to deal with it until there is a war, right? And now several generations of innocent people would have to deal with it, even if they never experienced war in their lifetime, and neither will their children and grandchildren do.
Yeah. Well, this is why I say we should fight to change the nature of it, so that if it is enacted, then it at least harms people equally rather than harming a specific gender specifically, you know, and only enslaving that one gender.
But like, if something is bad, right? I don't want it. I don't care if it affects people equally, right? If something is bad, I don't want it to affect anybody, and I want it to affect at least amount of people as possible, right? So therefore, like making oppression equal is still like oppression. Like,
yeah,
that's not a solution for anything. So I don't think that having something equal is any form of standard or measurement for any form of prosperity, because rights should be entitled to everyone all the time. Unless they're like criminals and violators, right? But that's a different story, right? But nobody should like be punished based on for what they are. Of course, we should not like but like if nobody has right, it's equal as everybody has right. And I want to be as close as possible as having as good as possible for more people as possible, not equally good for as equal as possible, because like I'd rather have a society where some are poor and some are rich rather than a society where everyone is poor.
I agree.
I get where you're coming from there,
yeah.
but I think the problem with the draft is that firstly you have one group of people that can vote on a political party that would be more likely to go to war and then have no stake in that. So essentially women can vote to send men to war and not have any risk to themselves. So I think that is a big problem. And I mean, there was a Scandinavian country that had selective service, and women voted, majority of women voted to keep the selective service for men.
Switzerland, I think.
Yeah,
Switzerland.
Yeah, it was Switzerland. Yeah, you're right. So there's that problem, and then I think having a gender neutral draft would be it'd be much more likely than the draft would be abolished, because I guarantee you people are going to be much less likely to want to send their girls out to war than they are to send their sons out to war. So I think that's
my thinking too.
I think that those two things make it kind of desirable if we can't just get the draft outright abolished. But I think making it gender neutral would be the next best thing.
There's a level of pragmatism to this that has to be realized. I mean, as I said earlier, you can get rid of it now, but they'll just bring it back in an emergency.
Yeah, but if we get rid of it now, right, then it means that my children and me will be spared, right? But then
no, it doesn't mean that. I'm sorry.
No, it could mean that.
No, it wouldn't. Because you see, the draft would be gone in theory up until there's a major war, and then it would emergency powers, Parliament, the Senate, whatever, they would enact a draft. They would undo whatever legislation you put in place to stop it happening as quickly as possible. They would override it. They would even probably ignore things that they have to do. They'd ignore procedure. They would just ram it through as fast as possible, and before you know it, there's a draft. So there is a level of pragmatism to this. So, I mean, the most pragmatic way of doing it would be to include women, which would mean that people would be far less likely to enact it in the first place, and they would be far more likely to be looking for a peaceful solution.
Like it's also
I'm sorry, but that's really just the reality of it because
Well,
that's
it's
how it's worked forever.
but
I
it's also like
suspect
several.
you're right there because if you just look at the coronavirus measures, the government's been very rapid to just grant itself all sorts of crazy powers just due to the circumstances. So yeah, I don't doubt that you're right on that. They just reenact it very quickly.
Yeah. I was literally thinking about that as I was saying it because they are actually ignoring certain procedures to ram things through as fast as possible, including using the army to enforce lockdown.
But it's also like very true but in a way is that if I were like, look, if I were to have children, which I will have in the future, right? And if I had some of different gender, right? I don't want any of them to be hurt, right? So I would rather try to save my son from oppression rather than to extend that oppression to my daughter, if that makes sense. And
Well,
I
I
think
understand you, but I'm not sure that you're understanding what I'm saying because you can put that law on paper, you can engrave it in the Constitution, you can carve it above the doors of the Senate and Parliament, but as soon as there's a war where they're in desperate straits and they have to call a draft, they will wipe that out so fast that you'll only hear about it after it's done.
Yeah, no one's disagreeing with you that the desirable outcome would be no draft at all. Nobody's disagreeing with that. We're just disagreeing on what the optimal way to get to that point would be.
Yeah, that's why the NTFM argued that the male-only draft was unconstitutional, rather than arguing that it's unconstitutional, therefore it shouldn't exist at all. I mean,
Well,
if I'm understanding their case.
But it's also because having a one gender only law is unconstitutional, but having a draft law would technically not be. Not like from like a legislative perspective, both are bad, right? But from like maybe the American legal perspective, that case is like the best case to do within the law, so they already have it in display, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure I caught most of that. Sorry, it's a bit of a bad line.
Oh yeah, the thing is that the American laws, I think it says that you cannot like have laws that discriminate based on gender, which it is, but right.
Yeah.
So therefore, you can say it's unconstitutional based on that basis. But if you say draft unconstitutional period, then I don't know if it technically is. But have a gender draft, it's definitely. But I don't know if having a draft in general would be unconstitutional or not. I think that's like the angle they have it to make it unconstitutional, rather than just make it like bad.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure it is unconstitutional.
It is.
That didn't stop them. They just went and found a little loophole to undo the ruling that they just undid it on a technicality.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say like it definitely is technically unconstitutional, but it doesn't change the fact that the government has no problems ignoring that in many other ways. So, like, it's unconstitutional. The Violence Against Women Act is unconstitutional. There are lots of special provisions, like female quotas, that sort of thing, that are unconstitutional, but they just get around it somehow.
And that's
the
like
lack of support for men's shelters is unconstitutional.
That's why fundamental. I think that the whole idea of having a constitution is like more or less null and void, mainly because if like what is the point of having a legal document that isn't being like enacted, right? Like if you have a law on the book, right, but the law isn't being implemented, then you don't really have the law. And to like value a law like a constitution, like anyway like that, right? Like that's like very much to like it doesn't really matter. Like they don't care. Like you can use it's just a piece of paper for the people in the government, regardless of what government it is in what country, right? So it's very like yeah, that's the reason why I personally will always use the Constitution to argue against people, but fundamentally, I do understand that they don't fundamentally care, and what is Constitution fundamentally do not matter to the government. So therefore, it doesn't matter when it comes to legislation.
Well, you got a fair point in that a law doesn't really matter if it's not being enforced, which is actually a thing and a major problem in a lot of, every country, to be honest. I mean,
Well, yeah, 100%. There is not like people might disagree, but I would say there is not a country in the world that I would classify as a good country, right? I don't think that's like something that exists today, and I don't know if that's ever have existed. But I would like to also like to add that, like, if there are countries like African countries, right, who can get away from having a draft, right, then I think the countries that are a little bit more, let's consider themselves to be better, at least, which they're actually not.
well,
should at least try and go away with it, because and therefore we should call it out. We should say that countries like United States are morally inferior to African countries, which they are because of the draft legislation.
I wouldn't really go down that way. I mean, I don't think you could say that any country is really a perfect country, and you can't really say it just based on this one thing that this country is better than another country. You'd have to stack up all of the different criteria, and you'd have to be very careful about it. You'd have to be sure that the criteria were actually being counted properly. For example, counting rapes in India versus rapes in America is very tricky, because in India they count backing out of marriage as rape for a man. Like if a man has sex with a woman on promise of marriage, and then he's like, well, no, actually you're kind of not compatible with me. I'd rather like to marry this other woman. She can then file rape charges against him and put him in prison.
And there's also a lot of women that use false accusations to try and force a man that hasn't even had sex with her to marry her. There's a lot of that. Like there's been studies in in India that show that the rate of false accusations is something like 60-70%. So
please send those to me.
Yeah, I'll try and dig them out for you, man.
Yeah. Send them to me via DM, because I want to get on those pretty quickly and put them on the citation list.
But the thing about
there was kind of, but just to finish that, my point there was that those sorts of cases massively inflate India's statistics in terms of rape, and in other places the rape statistics might be massively deflated for other reasons. So it's very, very tricky. You have to establish a firm standard of what rape is, and how it happens and so on, and then you have to go through all of the cases and work out if this standard applies to that case in every single country, and that's a job that would require its own organization and a massive amount of funding.
Yeah, but my point was merely this. My point merely was that countries should not, people should not boast upon how great the country is and how great our country is, because my point was that fundamentally all countries are fundamentally broken and backwards and have legislation that is unjustifiable, right? So therefore people say my country is so good, this country is so bad. I say, like, well, that's just one aspect. I just said one aspect in which one country is better than another country, right? But fundamentally it's going to be very many other aspects the other way around. So that's really, it's very much up to it's basically there isn't a good country. They're all bad, just bad in different ways, in different extent, and it's very hard to estimate which one is not as bad as the other. And in the end it doesn't really matter, because oppression that is unjustifiable is still oppression that's unjustifiable, irrespective if it's less oppressive than a neighboring country. It's still oppressive nonetheless.
Well, I kind of see it a different way, which is probably splitting hairs, but I see it as a lot of countries are good but have failings, and a lot of countries are worse. But that's more of a we can strive to be better sort of mentality. But I'm not fundamentally disagreeing with you that every country has bad bits.
Apart from England, England's perfect.
Oh yeah, apart from Italy.
I wouldn't go that far. There are a lot of feminist laws in Britain, but I guess you all knew that. No,
Yeah,
fuck
yeah,
you.
I know all about those. I've got a list of those. I've written articles on them. Yeah.
Antarctica's perfect, you know.
Yeah, I think one example of that really irritates me is how the West really looks down on countries that engage in FGM, but then in every single Western country, mutilating infant boys is perfectly fine. That really pisses me off, and it's just such a glaring hypocrisy.
Every country that practices FGM probably practices
That's-
a much more brutal
Actually, they
version
do.
of MGM.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes with the same knife, in fact, if it's one of those African countries where they, they'll have a big ceremony and they'll chop up the boys and they'll chop up the girls in the same room.
That is actually correct. I think that
And
the only
I believe Sudan, or South Sudan, I think. Yeah, South Sudan banned FGM recently.
Oh, well, good for them. But I bet they didn't ban MGM.
No, of course not.
Of course not.
No, there's still not one single country where it's illegal.
Not a single country. Like, I think Denmark is still supposed to debate the thing.
They're not going to do it. I've been keeping up with that.
Norway was the closest. I think that's still ongoing, but there was a lot of lobbying from Islamic groups and Jewish groups to try and get it stopped, and also there was pressure from America as well. So
Yeah, you've got some pretty major healthcare organizations who are very keen on monetizing it in other countries.
There was pressure from America because the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador, Denmark was Jewish.
Oh, of course. No, I can see why the Cultural Revolution happened. You know.
I think a big part of it.
I think that's a bit.
I think a big part of the reason that there'd be pressure from America is just that if another country makes it illegal, that's saying there's something wrong with it. And I think when people have been, when people have done it to their children, when people have when people have been happy to keep it legal, and
well, you could say the same thing for FGM, you know.
Yeah, you could, but I think there's another element with that. There's the sort of it's happening to girls, and that we need to protect the girls, and
that's the thing.
Everyone everyone else says we're harming girls. So I think that is a very, very strong reason why people would be more willing to ban it. Whereas it's not the case with MGM, and there's a lot of Western countries and powerful Western medical associations trying to justify it as well.
Oh yeah, they'll put it up there as a health thing, and they won't. It won't be anything to do with Judaism or Islam. It's just like, oh, they say it's a health thing. Get it done for your family. We've seen posters from these countries saying, you're not man enough if you're not circumcised. Get it done for your girlfriend, and getting posters aimed at girlfriends saying, hey, if your man isn't circumcised, get him circumcised for health. It stops STDs and stuff. Of course, we know now that it makes you more likely to get an STD if you're circumcised.
But I would have to have some good news is that at least South Africa banned circumcision of both genders unless you do it for religious practices. So if you have a boy in South Africa, right, you can only circumcise this if you say that you are a Jew or a Muslim, and then it's because of your religion, then you can do it. But if you don't have a religion or a medical necessity, like that you can justify, right, then circumcision is illegal in South Africa.
There's too many loopholes with that to where it.
Yeah,
I feel like,
but I guess it's better than nothing, you know.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, that's kind of my.
We got in the world when it comes. It's best. It's like the most restricted legislation.
It's just the way people look at MGM is so backwards, because I view it as a form of violent rape of a child.
It is. It literally is.
And if people actually saw it as that, like, they wouldn't want to make any exception. But they see it as
Exactly.
some sort of medical procedure or religious ritual, and they don't really think about the child.
I
You
guess you
have
can
to
say that
molest
with
them just to do it.
yeah. Well, I guess you can say that with like actual rape as well. Like when men get raped by other men, or even or by women or by other men. You know, it's like a laughing matter. It's like a joke.
Yeah.
Right.
To go back to what we were saying about like the feminist organizations hiding it in the stats, one of the major problems we have is that the CDC hides male rape victims of women in the stats. So you'll see the big like colorful numbers on the front of their site saying that only a few men are raped. But then you dig into the tables and statistics and you add made to penetrate to raped by a man, and you suddenly realize it's 50-50 and that the men actually are slightly ahead of the women in the 12-month statistics, which are the most accurate. Oh, by the way, Skills, we're getting a lot of noise from your line. Could you mute when you're not talking? Yeah.
I was going to say.
Push to talk is a feature on Discord if anyone is having trouble remembering.
I was going to say one argument I like to make with the circumcision thing is that can you name another part of a healthy infant that you would advocate for cutting off? And whenever I make that argument, invariably I just get absolutely nothing in response. I just go away.
That's a very good argument.
Nobody's ever.
Some
actually
people used to
responded
do. Some people used to do routine tonsillectomies, and then of course there's FGM and intersex genital mutilation. But that's all I can think of.
Oh yeah. Roald Dahl, I think it was, who he was routinely had his tonsils removed. He didn't get told anything about it. He was just taken into like a room, like a dentist's office, told to lie down, open his mouth, and then whoop whoop, and like they split open his. Yeah, well, I won't get into details. they cut out his tonsils, and you know, it's a very much. It was considered preventative medicine.
Weren't they outlawed though? Weren't routine tonsillectomies outlawed?
I should hope they were, yeah. Because honestly, they probably cause a lot more harm than they'd ever, help. Really. I mean,
it's pretty insane. It's pretty insane if they did outlaw that, but yet still not outlaw circumcision. Because I mean, at least with a tonsillectomy, there is. There's a slightly valid reason to do it. I mean, I'd still say it's a really stupid thing to do because not tonsillitis isn't life-threatening, and not a lot of people go through their life without having to have it removed. So,
well, what happened in the UK was about the same sort of time, I think. It was the NHS came in was what killed circumcision here. Basically, before the doctors were making a lot of money out of it, like they do in America, and so it was all considered a health thing. And we've actually got a big long list of them basically hunting around for reasons to circumcise boys, and so we've got a long it helps you, it's it stops cancer and stuff like that. It's more healthy, that sort of thing. Just generally, some really weird ones in there. But
did you know
the NHS comes along and somebody's engaged
how much
video.
money
Could you
are
go
we
out of that?
talking about here?
Quite a lot of money overall. I couldn't tell you exactly, but basically what happened was the NHS came in and they wouldn't fund it anymore. So, they wouldn't fund it at all. So the doctors couldn't make any money off of it. And so they weren't getting paid at all. They were on a standard wage instead of getting money for like specific operations and stuff. So they just stopped doing it.
I could say in the U.S., doctors charge an average of $300 for every. So.
Well, yeah, they also get money for the foreskins as well.
Oh yeah,
They
the
get
silver
quite a lot of
scalpers,
money from the foreskins.
It was the most common surgery in America, so that's one reason that $300. It doesn't sound like a lot,
Yeah.
but when it's the most common surgery, it's a lot of money.
And that's just what the consumer. I mean, the insurance could be paying for more, but also keep in mind that's for 20 minutes worth of work. So, I mean, that's a
Yeah.
lot of money.
That's a bigger profit margin, quite probably, than most iPads and things like that, which are similarly priced. So you've got this operation which can be performed by the janitor, and you can do it in 20 minutes and with very few tools. So really, you're only paying for the time and the cost of sterilizing the equipment, and that's it. So
I've
quite
heard.
a big. Go on, Skills.
I don't know if you guys know this, but I've heard in the 1940s and 50s in the U.S. that's when circumcision really took off, because that's when hospital births became common. And back then they would do it to children without even asking for permission from the parents, because
they still do that for today sometimes.
Sometimes, but apparently we didn't have any standards of informed consent until the 1960s in America.
That sounds about right, to be honest.
That's probably the reason why they could get away with lobotomizing people against their will. So
The American case
Yeah.
is really weird because it was popularized by the guy that made Kellogg's cornflakes.
Oh yeah.
He's the guy that spread it. And then the little known fact is that he actually tried to also popularize a version done to girls, which was pouring carbolic acid on the clitoris to sort of deaden the sensation in the clitoris, and it was all to do with it was in both cases. It was all to do with suppressing sexuality.
Let me guess that the other one never caught on, did it?
Oh, of course not.
No.
Huh.
Well, it was
wasn't
to do with
all fun, though.
masturbation, and he had a whole book on it about how masturbation causes insanity. And I think that the connection is that he went and had a look at sanatoriums where you will find people aggressively masturbating in public and like throwing it at people. And I am sorry to inflict this on you, but it is the truth.
Well, I'm sure we've all
you will
faced
still
problems
find,
with
yeah, you will still find
feel
this
like-
today where that's part of Silence of the Lambs where the guy throws his witsy doodle. That's the leading lady. That's a thing that happens. That's actually true. That's not made
I
up.
feel like there's too much emphasis on Kellogg, though, because he wasn't the only person who was promoting.
Yeah.
There were
Oh
other
no, but he had a very
anti-Semitic people, and
influential book, and
also
it
lots
was-
of Jewish physicians promoting.
we should also mention that a lot of Christians in America back in the day did not only circumcise to prevent masturbation, they also cut off the clitoris and sometimes the testicles of children that wouldn't stop masturbating too.
That sounds unlikely because
I know it's
you'd
true.
be
Yeah,
All
that is true.
Christians like cults, like certain
right. So
backward
brave
Christian
small groups.
communities.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really secret. They basically bragged about it. And I actually don't know if some of them are still doing it, but it wasn't like something that they felt that they need to be ashamed of, because the most shame was the masturbation, right? So they did it to prevent the masturbation. They cut off those parts too sometimes.
Do you have any sources
Well,
for that at all? Because
I've
that's
actually
quite
met-
interesting.
It
You know, I've
sounds
actually
like
met-
something that'd have to be on a very small scale, because if you're cutting off the testicles
Yeah,
and you're
because
preventing them from
as
ever
far
having
as I
children.
know, I don't think
Yeah.
Christians used to like circumcise their children. It
Well,
was
most don't, but some of them did because they were anti-masturbation and they saw it as a reason to get rid of the masturbation. You cut off the testicles and the clitoris, then the masturbation would go down. They cut off the foreskin, then that didn't work. They cut off the other parts too.
This does
I
sound
haven't
like the
heard
same
about
sort
the
of movement that Kellogg
testicles.
started. I mean, that was Kellogg's stance.
Yeah, because for Jews, it's kind of like in their religion, sort of. But for Christians, it's not, as far as I know.
Yeah, it isn't. No.
No, but the anti-masturbation part sort of is, and that's what they were.
Yeah, that definitely probably is. I don't know.
No, this is stuff that was solidified in the first century. It's not part of Christianity.
Yeah,
But
Well,
it's
there's the
It's based on
Catholic
Christianity,
singing boys.
even though most Christians are against it. It's like they just took their religion, interpreted in a way that they used to justify that. I'm not saying that Christians in general are in
Yeah.
favor of that. It's just one specific interpretation.
Yeah, I get you. It's just you're talking about like probably quite a very small sect in terms of the castration, at least. But I mean, people do forget that doctors played a huge role in this. They were very anti-masturbation, and there was a lot of pseudoscience about it, and so on and so forth. Kellogg was involved in that pseudoscience, and his book
I
was
haven't-
extremely popular in that.
The
I
current
haven't heard of anybody cutting off the testicles to stop them, but I did actually
haven't heard
meet
that
a woman who had part of her clitoris cut off here in the U.S. because she said like touch herself as a kid, and her mother didn't like that, so she got that. I mean, it's very rare, obviously, but it did happen here in the U.S.
Something people don't realize is that FGM is perpetuated by a lot of the times by other women.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that like it's so
Yeah.
interesting because my mother said when I told her about it, she was like, "Of course it is. That's how it always works." Like that's like just an obvious fact. Like the whole idea that women are somehow not guilty of oppressing women for being women, and men are somehow not guilty of oppressing men for being men. It's like not entirely like that is not true because people have oppressed people of their own gender for being their own gender for various reasons in the world today and in history.
It's the same foot binding, actually. It was
The foot binding was like it was limited to like rich women, wasn't like women from rich families.
No. It was originally rich women, and if I recall the history correctly, it started with dancers in very tiny shoes, and they just sort of pushed it until it turned into this weird break your foot in half and fold it under thing. And it was rich women at first, but then you
So
had
it's basically
poor
like
women
like
to-
you're signaling your status in a way.
Yeah. And then
So
you had, it became a cultural requirement for marriage. And then you had poor women trying to emulate it. So you would have them, the pretty girls from the family would have their feet this done to them by the mothers, and they would do it so that they could potentially attract a rich husband. But obviously it was a bit of a reach. So most of them never attracted a rich husband because obviously poor farm girls trying to emulate like the
nobility.
That they weren't ever really for consideration. They might get some sort of local powerful man maybe, but that's about the best they could hope for, like a trader or something, or a prefect, something like that.
There's a similar sort of misconception with skin lightening cream because a lot of people try and say that's about white beauty standards when really it's a class thing because working class women would tend to be out in a field, they'd get a tan, they'd have darker skin, so it's like a signifier of class to have lighter skin. That's where a lot of the skin lightening cream comes from. It's the lighter your skin, the higher class you are.
Yeah, so when you look at so when you look at all these different things, it almost has nothing to do with men as a group like conspiring to oppress women in some ways. It's much more complicated than that, basically.
I like to say culture because honestly, whether men are doing it to women or women are doing it to men or both, there is always a complicit partner who is letting it happen and who isn't arguing with it and who is probably encouraging it. Because we do like to give, when we will try to give the woman an out because of the woman a wonderful effect. But there's always a complicit partner when this sort of stuff happens on a cultural scale.
And
And
it's
yeah,
and it's also like when like something bad is like that happening to fuck, I lost my train of thought. A lot of people, the perpetrator's gender like isn't like, it's something that people of course can mention because it's like information. All information should be no, right? But it's like if a man doing it to a man, a woman doing it to a man, or a man doing it to a woman, a woman doing it to a man, like gender-based oppression is still gender-based oppression, irrespective of
yeah,
who forcing it. So like a lot of feminists, they basically say when I say like men are more likely to be killed by than women, that's like, well, it's only other men killing them, right? So it doesn't. It's not an issue. They basically like brush away all thing that happens to men negatively if it's mainly also done by men, and then always ignore whenever I bring up most thing bad done to women in the culture that we're in, right? And all basically every time in history, right? It's also done by other women. They used to like just get angry and pretend it's not the case.
yeah.
It's this
We shouldn't pretend it.
internalized misogyny.
Yeah.
Run into that a lot. Talking to feminists about MGM, they do the same thing. They say, "Well, that's men doing it to other men," but they're completely wrong, because it was a female doctor that mutilated. There's lots of female OBGYNs out who mutilate little boys.
Well, yeah, I think with MGM, I think it's a little bit of both. There's definitely a strong element of fathers wanting their sons to look like them.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of a way of justifying what happened to them, you know, and that there's nothing wrong with that.
Mothers often like
mothers
brag about
wanted
it
to.
on social media.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's also that element. There's also the element of women, you know, like carving their own genital preference into their sons, and
it's, God, I don't even want to.
That is the main way, really. It spreads that, and doctors and hospitals selling it as an upgrade to parents who don't even understand that circumcision isn't normal. Because you do get guys who don't even know they're circumcised because they've never seen an uncircumcised dick. I mean, I heard a story from a guy a while ago, and he was told that he should get circumcised because the boys in the changing room would make fun of him. But when he was actually in the changing room, the boys sort of all had a bit of a talk to themselves, and he thought they were going to pick on him for having different junk. But then they came over and they were like, you know, that's an uncircumcised penis. You know, what's been done to us? They didn't know that they were circumcised. They were like asking questions about him and saying,
"Oh wow!"
It started off with them asking questions about, you know, why his penis was like that, which was why he thought they were going to attack him. But in the end, they ended up being absolutely horrified at what had been done to them, and they felt they became the lesser. They, you know, it's.
Funnily enough, it was the opposite for me because like I live in the UK, I'm circumcised, so like I was really embarrassed when I found out that I was very different to all of my peers in school, and I sort of I wouldn't go into the showers because I was embarrassed about that.
That's very unusual for the UK. I mean, what was that? Did you live in America as a baby or something, or?
No. Well, my dad's father was Jewish.
Right, okay.
So he got my dad circumcised, and then my dad got me and all of my brothers circumcised.
Yeah, it can happen like that with just traditions. I mean, that's how it's happening with like the women saying, "Oh, I prefer it," you know, cut and stuff like that in America, where there's just no ongoing reason, but there's just that justification of it. You know, every guy I've ever seen is cut, therefore you should be.
Yeah, exactly.
I've noticed it's this really selfish attitude. Like women who want to cut their sons, usually it's like they prefer a guy who's cut, right? Because they've been taught, oh, an intact penis is dirty or whatever. So they're afraid of an intact penis. And then they project their preference. They think, oh, well, my son is never going to get laid if he doesn't get circumcised because I like circumcised penises. And then she just like assumes that every other woman is like her and would never touch a guy who's intact.
Which is like
I have
so
actually.
extremely like weird because like most women like in like most countries, right, think that circumcised are like you make it like they think it's like a bad they think it's bad, right? And like I've talked to more women that yes, because it's not specifically American though, and mainly other countries like Muslim countries and Israel. But like in most countries, if you talk to women, do you prefer something? They will say like no. They all the ones they say like, I don't even know what I would do in that situation. So they're like they're not just like being outright wrong when preferring penises that have less sensation, right? They're also like thinking that like their country or their culture is like the global norm when it's like most definitely not, and it's that for a good reason.
All of that should be irrelevant. Like, it's this bodily integrity of
Agree 100%.
That's what I'm saying. And when I tell women that, you know, your preference doesn't trump human rights, it doesn't matter what you think, they get very, very.
That's actually very, very arrogant of those women. Like those women, like sorry, but those are a bunch of bitches. Excuse my language, but I actually talked to a woman who actually said that she did prefer.
Yeah,
like one woman, said she said she did prefer. She preferred circumcised penises, but she says that my opinion, like as a woman isn't married, isn't as important to like a man's like human rights, right? And I was like, well, I guess yeah, you have a point there. Like it's really not like why that she doesn't pretend that like her preferences should matter when it comes to what rights other people should have.
What I tend to say
I
to
have
people,
heard.
So what I tend to say to people that say women prefer circumcised penises, I'll say, well, men prefer neater looking vaginas. So should we cut off the labia of infant girls so that men will prefer their vaginas? That generally tends to get people to think. But okay, maybe that's not the best argument.
Well, I say that too sometimes, and it just upsets them because well, let me say it might be different where you live, but here in the U.S., it seems like almost every woman thinks that way. They think their own preference, their own sexual preference, is more important than human.
Well, yeah, that's why I think the argument's good, because it just cuts through that. It shows them that that's obviously a really bad argument to make. I mean, that may be why they'd get upset when you made the argument, because it shows them how depraved they were being when they said it.
I have actually heard of. I've heard of
The sad thing is it doesn't change anything when I say it, right? It doesn't get them to change their mind. All it does is it gets them upset, and then they don't want to talk to me anymore, and then they just go along their life living the lie, and they just push that information out of their head.
Idiots.
You know, I've heard of women who will try and pressure uncut boyfriends into getting cut. I mean, women do pressure men into doing a lot of things, especially like in high school and things like that, where they'll pressure them to change their looks, change their hair, change all sorts of things, you know, and they will dangle like affection over their heads, like a worm on a string.
Like I wouldn't say that all the time people are trying to make a partner change something about their appearance to.
Oh, I'm not going to say that it's all women. I'm definitely not saying that. In my experience, it's certain women will do that. I mean, I have seen groups of women just go after a man with like long hair or something and say, you know, you've got to cut that, you know, and they'll pressure him from all sorts of different angles. They'll come up with things like saying, oh, you should do it for charity, etc., etc. And then when you say, well, you've got long hair, you shave your head for charity, they're suddenly not interested, and it's like we're talking about you and stuff like that.
I think that sort of thing isn't always necessarily unhealthy. Like, I mean, I think
I agree.
I think it's pretty unhealthy.
Oh, that's
when
unhealthy.
they try and make you conform and stuff like that.
It depends.
Like people
like,
talk.
The situation
the
you're
entire conversation is usually about like controlling men.
The
how
situation
controlling men are.
The situation that you outlined, human, is definitely unhealthy, but I'm talking about just general compromise. So, for instance, if your girlfriend prefers you to be clean shaven, or if your girlfriend prefers you to have short hair, there's nothing wrong with making that compromise.
Okay, sure, as long as they're like not telling you to get circumcised, that would be.
I don't think that's a compromise.
Yeah,
That's not really a compromise.
That's-
I mean, if you're saying, let's compromise and do what I want, let's compromise and change this thing about yourself that you actually really like and you want, and make you more of a conformist, I think that's really kind of selfish, it's kind of narcissistic. This relationship should center around me. I don't really like you, I like what I can turn you into.
Oh, that's where the emotional labor comes from.
But I would also like to just add that, like, if I were in a relationship with a guy, right, and I know he could look like so much more attractive if he just changed part of their appearance, I don't really think advocating or like trying to persuade someone to change parts of their appearance, if it's revertible, of course, I don't really think that's like. I don't really see that inherently a bad thing because if they're like a couple, right, and the boyfriend or girlfriend wants the other to cut their hair, do like or shave it or something, whatever. Then it's not that much of a like. It's not a problem for people to at least want their partner to change that because, I mean, like I would like to do that if depending on the circumstance, right? So, and I want people to be able to do that to me too, right? As long as it's done on as long as it's like an equal. Right, as long as it's an equal relationship, it's like a mutual. It's not just one person controlling the other. As long as it's equal, then I don't see an issue with it.
I kind of see an issue with the idea that the guy should be pushed into it, and I do see an issue with like them not backing off when the guy says no, because they won't back off. They'll just go okay, and then they'll come back another way, and they'll take another stab at it from a different angle and try and push it that way. And I'm really kind of I've had that a lot myself, and I've seen other guys have it, where they've got an appearance that they've cultivated and they like, and it's part of their identity, it's part of who they are. And then you have this group trying to undermine it in a way they'd never do with women, because you never hear about men saying to women, oh, you've got short hair, you should grow it out, really. You get slapped down for that very hard from the entire...
But my point was that we should just make it equal. Like we should, I think it's fine for doing it as long as both genders can do it on equal to each other and without any double standards, right? So as long as both people can do that thing to each other, right? And then I have no issue with it. But the problem is when it becomes one-sided. But that's just because relationship shouldn't be one-sided, right? If a relationship is it's like a mutual relationship, right? Then there's no reason why we should never try to persuade our partners to change parts of their appearance that is reversible that we want them to do, because it would be, there's no issue there. The issue is when it becomes one-sided, and that's because one-sided relationships are not good relationships.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd agree with Human that really trying to force somebody to do something or really force somebody to change something about themselves and constantly bugging them to do it and not taking no for an answer is definitely a problem. But I would just say in general, it's not always a bad thing to say, like I said, if you like your partner to be clean shaven, or if you like your partner to have short hair or whatever it is. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with trying to just asking them to change it.
Yeah.
Well, a question I would ask.
I don't mind if people have different preferences, people that change their appearance or whatever, but when you're talking about causing permanent physical harm to somebody because that's your sexual preference, that's fucked up. When you're talking about you have an amputation fetish and that's your preference and it's going to harm your partner for life, that is fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't talking. Just
That's
to be clear,
I
wasn't talking about circumcision. I mean, that's fucked up in any instance. I was just talking about sort of minor things.
Well, yeah. I don't really see the hair thing as a minor thing, because culture puts a lot of pressure on men to have one hairstyle that they all share in common, and to all be clean shaven, and to all look a certain way, like this, that very clean cut sort of look. And nobody really talks about it. Nobody really says, hold on, this is a bit messed up. We're not really allowing men and boys to have their own sort of appearance. They're not really, like, we wouldn't do this to girls. We wouldn't say to girls, you've got to have this one appearance and you're not allowed to deviate from it. We tell them to find their own style. I mean, obviously there's probably some taboos about not wearing makeup and stuff like that, but I think those are very, very minor. They're not in the same sort of category.
I would disagree with you on that point, because there are lots of pressures on women to conform to certain ideals, and like having long hair, like you said, wearing makeup.
Well, they might be, but it's a lot more.
Sorry, what I was also going to say is you're also sort of conflating two different things there. I'm talking about just in a relationship sense, you know, like your partner having a preference for you know, short hair, or being clean shaven, or even growing a beard, or whatever it is. Just having some sort of compromise there. I can give an example from, say, with my ex-girlfriend. Like, she used to like me to have short hair and be clean shaven. I used to like her to shave her legs and have long hair. So we had a compromise there. You know, you grow your hair. If you keep your hair nice and long the way I like it, I'll keep my hair nice and short the way you like it. And it was just a happy compromise. I didn't give a
from my point of view, I don't really see that as a happy compromise if the guy bases his identity partially around having like a beard or long hair, and he's pressured constantly by women to change that, because I don't think it's just like one thing. I mean, I'll admit, okay, maybe like women do have their own sort of things that they are told by society to do, but like men do as well, and we don't really talk about those things, and I think this is one of them. And I think that men come under a lot of pressure to conform in these certain regards, and I think that's wrong, because I think men should be able to find their own style. And I think that really, if you let them, then society would diversify and women would acquire much broader tastes, and they wouldn't be so, well, you've got to have the man look.
Well,
I don't think we're disagreeing here, though. I think we're just sort of talking past each other a little bit, because I'm not disagreeing with you that, like, in general, there should be pressure for men and women to like look a certain way. I'm definitely not saying that I think a woman should be able to force her partner to look the way she wants. I'm just saying that, you know, that if a woman requesting it, and like for instance, again, to go back to the example of me, I didn't give a stuff about having short hair or being clean shaven. I didn't care. Like my appearance wasn't that important to me, so I didn't care. So, but I mean, obviously, if it's a guy that their hair is really important to them, then obviously it'd be messed up to like for his partner to try and force him or bully him to change it, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit confused about people in the internet dating age actually specifically going for guys like who aren't to their preference and trying to change them to their preference.
I know
why you could just go and find guys who are to your preference quite
I know
easily.
why. The reason why is because a lot of women can see the potential of a guy that they would find attractive, right? But they just don't see him quite yet. So they would, if they could just convince him to change this and that, then they know they would find him attractive. And I actually do believe that it makes a lot of sense for those women to like want that. But of course, like if he, for example, really don't want to, right, then probably he shouldn't date her. And if she can't convince her, then probably she shouldn't date him. And if I were to be completely honest with you, right, if she will make him change and he don't want to, right, and if he don't want to change for her, I actually think that both of them would be happier dating someone else, because I think that both of them, ironically, can do better.
I would say a lot of it's just shit testing. It's just, okay, are you going to stand up for your boundaries? Are you going to enforce your boundaries, or are you so weak that you'll just give in to anything I say? I think that's part of it. So is this a strong?
I have heard of like and seen girls in schools who will try to change a guy, dangle affection in front of him, say, oh, you could be, very handsome if you did this, and sort of nudge, nudge, wink, wink, I'm going to date you if you do. And then the moment they change it, the girl evaporates into the crowd and they're gone.
But then he can revert back to how he used to, and also, if it's something that is reversible, it's, honestly not that much of a...
Well, cutting your hair from very long hair isn't reversible, really. It takes, upward of a year or two to even get close to it. You just have to let it grow and grow. And it's like an inch a month or something for some guys.
Yeah, that's kind of reversible because I had to grow out my hair. I wanted to grow out because I wanted to give it to a friend. But then I had to cut it because it looked kind of bad and all the salons were closed, and I had to do it because otherwise our classmates were gonna leave somewhere else. So I had to cut it, and if I'm growing it back again, it's for me, it's and I hope it goes back soon, but it's not that much of a big deal. But it's and I don't believe that neither men or women should have to give up the leverages they have against a potential or a partner of changing their appearance, because that is something that is actually fine, it's justifiable. The problem is that if you want to make it a one-sided thing, I don't want to give up my leverages against it I have against a partner, right? And I don't think that anybody should give up the leverage against me, because if somebody that I find attractive could like me more if I, for example, change part of my dressing and my hairstyle or my body and facial hair, then I would be well, of course, I would be up to change that, and if people are up to changing that for a partner, then it's really fine. The problem is that people say that it's only okay when women doing it to men and not any other example. But in all actuality, it's fine as whoever doing it to who, as long as it's mutual respect and terms. Because people can always walk out, so this relationship isn't for me. Because if you don't want to change as minor part of one's appearance for a partner, then honestly speaking, the partner, irrespective of the gender, probably could in some cases, in all cases, in many cases, do better.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the point. I think that there are a lot of things in general in relationships that when a man does it, it's instantly recognized as an abuse, and when a woman does it, it's not. So a lot of sort of abusive behaviors that women engage in, being very controlling, it'll just get made a joke about, oh, he's under the thumb, etc., etc. It'll just be made a joke of rather than actually recognizing it as a serious problem.
Yeah, there's jokes about it in the pub and stuff. Oh, by the way, I will say something you said, Jay Willie, about it not looking good. You do have to kind of style it and take care of it. You can't just let it grow long. Most people can't get away with letting it grow long and just not taking care of it. I mean, you can go for the biker look, and that can kind of work. It really depends on the way you do it.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Style and stuff. Yeah.
I'm doing it in the moment, so trying to make my hair look good when it grows out, but it's hard.
It helps.
Succeeding.
Yeah, relationship stuff. It is very you will have newspapers now defending Amber Heard, even though we just know she's the abuser. We've got it on audio tapes. We've got the messages. We've got everything. There's video of her abusing him, and yet they'll still do this. Oh, she's the pretty perfect victim. Sorry, whoops. And look at all those bruises in the photos that are definitely not fake, and they'll keep on doing it. And we've got L'Oreal still saying that she inspires them daily and stuff like that, and she's still heading all of these charities for female abuse victims. And to be honest, I think a lot of women who head charities for female abuse victims are probably abusers themselves, because I've heard a few too many stories about them abusing their partners to think that there's no credence behind it.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right there. I'm guessing you're referring to the two UK politicians that. Yeah.
And others as well that I've heard rumours of, but I don't really want to bring their names up.
Well, I think it's kind of a very common thing that abusers sort of wear the mask of being against abuse to sort of cover it up a little bit and sort of get, especially when abusive relationships tend to be bi-directional. It tends to be like both partners doing it to each other. It's sort of a way of them excusing their part of it by sort of going in to fight for women and seeing themselves as the victim, when in reality they're either the sole abuser or they're both doing it to each other.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, and it's a lot easier for them to get away with it than, you know. Sort of interrupted there for a second. It is a lot easier for them to get away with it than it would be for a man, because, I mean, this is why that you get these feminists saying that they want to structure laws to protect women specifically, because they know that the women are abusing the men, and they will say, oh, if we have a misandry law, the men will abuse the women. Can anyone hear me? Have I gone silent again?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought Shere Khan wasn't muted, and I thought, oh no, it's happened again, because it's happened twice already today. But they will say that the men will use the misandry law to basically abuse women, and they will use that sympathy as leverage so that they can only have a misandry law.
Yeah,
Sorry, only have a misogyny law, and then they will use that to abuse men, because the people who say that are abusers.
It's like a cycle.
Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah.
What is it called again? I forgot. Like
Vicious cycle.
No, like a I forgot. Like
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
same with
I think the
same
real
with the Indian
term
rape
would be,
laws.
yeah. I think the real word would probably be projection, because they are basically projecting what they're doing onto men in order to blame them so that they can continue abusing, because there really isn't anyone I can think of, any mental state where you would think having an equal law would enable abusers, unless you were abusing and you wanted to project to avoid the law being used against you to stop you abusing.
I've actually heard people argue against sort of making rape laws gender neutral, that then men would make false accusations against women.
The feminists did that in India.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it in the West as well. Like, I've heard Western feminists make the same argument that men would make false accusations against women, which is so fucking rich, it's unbelievable. But yeah, like, I mean, going back to sort of people embedding themselves in abusers embedding themselves in movements, the Me Too movement's another example of that. How many people in the Me Too movement, it's turned out, have engaged in some sort of sexual abuse? There was that, I can't remember her name now, but I think one of the women that was credited with starting it.
Argent, I forgot.
Yeah, Asia Argent, that's the one.
Asia Argent. Oh, yeah.
It turned out she'd groomed a kid from when he was like a child actor when he was like 14, and having sex with him when he was 17. So, yeah.
One of them killed a guy.
Oh yeah, the Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, he committed suicide, I think.
No. I mean, one of them straight up murdered a guy and served time for it.
Oh,
Like one of their most prominent speakers. Like she's a really, really prominent speaker, and they kind of frame it as her being victimized and stuff. But if you actually look at it, she was the abuser, and she killed this guy, and she served time for it, if I recall.
Didn't even know that.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but
was it the black lady?
I wouldn't like to say, because my memory is very bad for names and things and faces and stuff. So
I think I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, it did happen, and there were news articles on the indie side of the press talking about it and pointing to when it was reported and stuff, but nothing really in the main press talking about it. I'm probably going to mix it up with another woman who killed a guy, but it might have been one of those ones where the guy was disabled or something. And I mean, I think she, if I recall rightly, she tortured him as well. And it was like, oh, I can't really remember. I'd have to Google it again, but it'd be very hard to find because obviously they don't want you to find it.
Yeah, I think this sort of leads into the whole thing with domestic violence, where I think a lot of women that end up killing their husbands have the get out of jail free card of just saying, "Oh, well, he was abusing me." And I think a lot of women that kill their husbands like have that way of getting away with it. I think that's a lot more common than people like to think. And I think it skews the statistics a bit as well. That because there's no way. I guarantee there. You know, it's definitely a thing. There are women that are abused and end up killing their husbands, but I think there's also that happens the other way around. I think there are a lot of men that are abused and end up killing their partner, and I think that obviously there's I don't think I've ever seen a case of a guy being able to use that as a successful defense. So I think that
Of course not.
those two things will skew the statistics on murdering partners, because any guy that murders an abuser, he's going to get convicted of murder, and that will go down in that's one male abuser that's killed his partner, and there are female abusers that kill their partner and use that as a defense, and that won't go into the statistic column for women that have murdered their partner.
They literally call it battered woman syndrome, and they try to medicalize it, and they had a bunch of fake experts and
Same with
stuff like that.
Well, I definitely think it's a thing.
Postpartum depression.
I definitely think it's a thing. I mean, if you're constantly being beaten by your partner, like certainly you could expect somebody to snap at some point.
Yeah, but it doesn't work the other way around.
Oh yeah. Well, obviously, like I was just saying before, I mean, it happens the other way around as well. But yeah,
The same with infanticide. Postpartum depression is still used as an excuse, I think.
Yeah, I
didn't want the baby depression. Remorse depression. Yeah, it's all good because there are mental health things involved, and there are people just snapping involved and stuff like that. But as far as I've been able to tell, if you look at the statistics, back before women's shelters, the murder rates for men and women were identical. And in fact, in Australia, they're still identical.
Wow,
if
really?
I recall. Yeah, I've got the statistic on the citation list. For intimate partner homicides, it's basically 50-50.
Oh, so...
Yeah. I
So
think it's got a
basically
lot to do with how they count it and stuff like that. Very much so. It's also we've got people like Julie Bindel in America, in the UK, who is part of a group fighting to free women who have killed their husbands, including women who chopped up their husbands and put them in the trunk of their car, which is about as far as self-defense as you can get, especially when you realize that particular woman, had a insurance policy taken out on her husband just before she did it, which is about as classic murder as you can get.
So it's basically like neither sex is more violent than the other. Inherently, at least.
Of course not. We're not different species.
Yeah,
I mean, women murder, men murder. I mean, women tend to use men to murder a lot more. They'll reach out to other men and they'll get that man to murder, and then they'll get off because of it. They'll use poison a lot more. If you read Warren Farrell's books, he goes into this in quite a bit of detail. There's also When She Was Bad, The Myth of Female Innocence. That's quite an old book now, but it's very worth reading. First chapter's a real killer. I told the story about that last week. But yeah, women will use more less detectable methods usually. They will use cat's paws. They will try to get the man ousted by the police. They will try to turn the man's friends on him. They will try to destroy him publicly as well if they want to get rid of him. Like, there's all sorts of things that you can do to somebody if you're
Media has basically
less
become,
direct. Yeah.
yeah, social media has basically become like another tool in that.
Yeah. And
What was
people
the book? Sorry.
don't. Sorry?
What was the book you were recommending?
Warren Farrell's book.
The
I
Myth
can't
of Male
remember which
Power?
one it is. Sorry?
Is it The Myth of Male Power?
I can't remember. It's one of them.
Okay.
He's written quite a few, so
Okay, we'll look
it,
it up.
it probably is that one. That's a fair guess, to be honest. The only other thing I was going to say was if you add the suicide rate to the murder rate for women, then it really does even things out. You know, it's like a lot of these suicides are men being driven to it. I mean, obviously you can't add the whole thing to it. That would be
Yeah, of
ridiculous. But it's just the kind of one of those moments where you realise that there are a lot of different ways to kill someone, and one of them is getting that person to kill themselves.
Yeah, I think another interesting thing when it comes to domestic violence is that, and the way it's recorded is, if a woman ever gets upset just once and slaps her partner, that will pretty much not be recorded. It's very unlikely that would be recorded, that guy was a domestic violence victim or that guy was in an abusive relationship. Whereas if a guy snaps once in a relationship due to something the woman does, and it's just a one-off incident, that will be recorded as an abusive relationship, and that she was a victim of domestic violence.
Yeah, according to the films and the media and so on, the correct response to being slapped by a woman is to ask her what you did wrong. Like, if you want to get technical, it's to turn your head very slightly with a slap and then sort of shake it off and look back at her and wonder what you did wrong.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a very socially acceptable thing. I mean, to give another good example of a way that happens is if a man grabs a woman's ass, I think that the socially acceptable response to that would be to slap him. If a woman does that to a guy and he slapped her, oh, well, he's definitely in the wrong. The sexual assault, that was nothing. Like, his reaction was the problem.
Oh yeah, he'd get curb stomped for that if he did it in the wrong room.
I just think it's a very interesting dichotomy. It also sort of shows, like when guys get sexually assaulted, there's not really a lot they can do. I mean, I've had that experience myself in school. One of the popular sort of older girls in my school, I used to sort of have to walk past her because she used to hang out on the stairs on a lunch break, and there was I used to want to go up to one of the teachers just used to have allow us to go into the room for break and play a bit of music and hang out. And I used to have to go past her, and every time I did, she would chase me and grab my ass and thought it was this funny game. And there was nothing I could have done in response to that. I knew if I'd complained about it, nothing would have been done. If I reacted angrily or slapped her, I would have been the one in the wrong, and I would have got in trouble because she was one of the popular girls. So that's sort of a good example of how that manifests and how little you can do about it.
Yeah, there's not really anything you do there except maybe try to accidentally fall on her with your elbow or something. That's about all you do, and even then it would be that would just exacerbate the situation. It's like you just can't defend yourself. It's really, really I mean, you remember that I was telling you about those those girls who set the bikers on me. Throughout the entire situation, they were acting like the victims as they were marching me down and backing me off. It's that sort of situation where you've got powerful victims and powerful people, you know.
Yeah, like
Powerful perpetrators.
when you were talking about women getting other guys to fight for them, I had an experience sort of like that. I mean, it didn't escalate to a fight, but I had this girl moved into the place I was living, like it was a shared house, and we were having a discussion about the living room. She would literally just want to come in and change everything, and I'm like, well, no, like we all live here, we all get a say, and she was fine with that. And then about 2 hours later, my other housemate came back, and she literally just turned on the waterworks, and then I had him and his girlfriend screaming and shouting at me, and him threatening me because I'd made the little girl cry. And I mean, she was like 40 or something. Crazy.
Yeah, some of these like abusive, double-faced people. It's, I mean, like they've got this ability to activate this is a child mode in men's brains, I think, and like the men want to rush to save them, and it's really messed up if you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing about this one was it wasn't what you'd expect with a stereotype of sort of the young, attractive woman. I mean, she was like she was an ex-crack user, had like hardly any teeth left. She wasn't attractive in the slightest, and yet still she got this guy as a white knight for her. So it just it was a really weird situation.
Yeah, it's much less about sexuality, much more about, I don't know, our views towards gender, I suppose.
Suppose you are a lot more careful what you said to her after that. I mean, I would have started recording conversations if we had to have a confrontation, to be honest.
No, I wasn't. I stood my ground, and yeah, like I mean, it was in something. I don't know if you know what shared accommodation is. I was in shared accommodation for a while, so I mean, I didn't really need to worry so much because the people that run the place had known me for quite a long time, so and it was one of them. I reckon I would have been okay. So I just stood my ground, and I ended up getting an apology. So
Well, good for you. I'm glad you got your apology and that. It's kind of scary that she managed to do that and she thought that she could. I mean, it's the idea that she thought she could do that and that she's obviously gotten away with it in the past throughout her whole life. Because that's a learned behavior. She's realized that this is a weapon in her arsenal, is crying for attention and getting a man to do her dirty work for her.
yeah. I mean, if I'd have been like some small weak guy, I might have got the shit kicked out of me. I mean, I think part of the reason that the guy didn't attack me was because I'm a big guy and I'm pretty intimidating when I want to be. So I just sort of backed him down. But I think maybe if I'd been a bit smaller and weaker, then it might have escalated. Well, I also think maybe it was pretty risky for me to stand up for myself because it could have turned out that she started lying about the situation and trying to get me in trouble somehow. So yeah, maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to do to sort of stand my ground as firmly as I did.
Yeah, it's a classic narcissist behavior to recruit flying monkeys, they call them. A flying monkey is somebody who does the narcissist's work by proxy. They can be, like, for example, a narcissist mother might be trying to drag their children home so they can control them. So they will send concerned people to come and check on them and to report back on them and stuff like that. There's a lot of messed up stuff if you want to read into it, but it's really fascinating.
Yeah, like I've actually seen this was a situation I didn't know what to do really. Like I was in the supermarket and this woman was being incredibly abusive to her daughter, and I wanted to do something about it, but I was like, well, what can I do if I try and get this girl away from her mother? I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to be in big trouble. So I just did not have a clue how to react in that situation. but I really wanted to.
Calling the authorities is probably the best bet, to be honest, but you're still kind of screwed. You'd have to get customer services or something. But customer services can't really do anything except call the police. But maybe they call the police and maybe it'd get resolved that way. But yeah, it's really hard to tell. It's not an easy thing.
Yeah, well, I wanted to kick the shit out of her, to be honest. I mean, like the way she was just knocking this little kid about the supermarket made me really angry.
Yeah, I've seen some really quite brutal abuse from men and women. But, you know, I've noticed that women are just as capable of it, and I've seen, like, there was an Indian MRA video a while back where this woman was using this little boy as basically a mallet to hit the bed and the wall and things like that, and she'd pick him up and throw him, and she was very inventive about the way she'd throw him. She'd, like, grab him by the leg and flip him into things, and like, it was clearly something she was very good at and she was very practiced at, just causing pain.
I think this is a big problem with the child custody situation where, you know, you can have, there's no way an abusive father would get custody of kids, but abusive mothers often will still get custody of children, and that this child's stuck alone with an abusive parent.
I think it's actually quite a bad thing how much abusive content and stuff we have to wade through to, like, talk about this stuff, because you don't really, like, it kind of takes a toll on you seeing this stuff as well. Like, day in and day out, seeing, like, videos of a man getting hit over the head with the handle of a hatchet for no real reason, and him not being able to do anything, and him just lying there, and he can barely even put his arms over his head, because if he makes a move against her, there's other people who will attack him, and
Yeah, it can get quite depressing looking into these issues. It's a good idea to try and find some ways of remaining positive, because yeah, it can get on top of you when you're seeing so many really bad injustices and so many fucked up situations. It's definitely important to try and find some way of staying positive.
Yeah, that's a big reason why we have a chill out section that's so big. Yeah, and I try to encourage that, and we have the Critters channel and so on, to just people to just detoxify their minds and remind themselves that, yeah, there is good in the world, and there's puppies and kittens and stuff like that. And, like, yeah. Otherwise you start to think that there's nothing like that in the
I think just having this server is a good thing for that, because I think on top of all of the sort of really depressing subject matter, there's also the fact that, like, I think Yadir was talking about this earlier, just that a lot of people, just that if you try and talk about it, they'll think you're crazy, and, you know, you start to think that, oh, maybe you're the one that's wrong, so you have that sort of on top of it as well. So just having somewhere where you can come and talk to people that actually understand and sort of care about it as well is it's really important.
Yeah, you do tend to get a lot fewer anxious. You're like, what am I going to do? I'm panicked and angry and hateful and stuff on the sub than you do on here. Like, not hateful towards women, but just like hateful towards society in general, that they'd let this sort of thing happen. That, you know, you get men who, like, they feel like there's nothing good in the world anymore because they've just got this one stream, because there's no room for anything that's like, there's a positive tag, but people don't really report positive stuff because, like, everyone's very people in general are negativity focused, so they will focus on problems because that's how we solve things. We focus on the problem until the problem stops existing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's I think something good is just to point to the fact that things do seem to be moving in the right direction. It's very slow, but there are a lot of positives going on. Like I think something I was thinking about earlier was that when A Voice for Men started, its mission statement was changing the cultural narrative. And I think that is something that's definitely been achieved now. I mean, people are actually talking about men's issues a lot more than they were, and they're like so something that was pointed out on a podcast that I was watching is that the comment section of a lot of articles that are very misandric or that have a really, really strong feminist bias, if you look at them on there like 10, 15 years ago, there was very little pushback. You'd get maybe one or two comments pushing back against it, but now a lot of them have to turn their comment sections off because they just get absolutely eviscerated in the comment section in almost every one of those sort of articles. So things are definitely changing.
Well, I hope so. I mean, when I joined the movement, I could not have imagined like a company as big as Yo Sushi for funding Movember. Or like they've got another big sponsor this year as well. I can't remember who it is. But maybe in a few years it'll be Google putting a Movember doodle on their site because they feel culturally forced to. I mean, they won't want to. I mean, obviously, because it's Google and they focus on the feminine and they focus on the SJW issues and so on. But, like, if enough people were pushing on them, then they might feel like they had to just to conform.
Tesco actually joined in on the Movember campaign as well, which I found pretty surprising. Yeah, I think also another good thing to point to is that politicians are starting to respond. So obviously in the UK we have Philip Davies sort of flying the flag for men's issues in Parliament. And if you look at America, I mean, Donald Trump and Betsy DeVos have done some positive things for men's issues, and Donald Trump came out and said that it's a scary time for young boys in America. So I mean, it's starting to penetrate into politics a little bit as well.
Well, I haven't heard that, but I'm very glad to hear it.
I mean, you could even look at the whole Norway thing. Obviously, nothing happened there, but you know, the fact that they were like considering banning circumcision. I mean, that's another. I don't know whether that's necessarily something that's been that men's rights activists have had any influence over, but I mean, it's certainly something else you could point to that's another step in the right direction.
I think it's a matter of time before at least one country bans it.
You said Norway?
Norway,
Yeah.
Denmark. Like the recent one was Denmark.
Yeah, I haven't heard of Norway about.
As far as I know, Norway is the one
Maybe
that
it was Iceland. Maybe.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm confused. It was Iceland.
Yeah, it was Iceland. Iceland tried two years ago, and they backed off because of pressure from the ADL.
Fucking hell.
To be fair, it's the same difference with all those Scandinavian countries.
Yeah, and you know, in Denmark, I think it's something like 88% of the population supports. But
and the same thing happened. Like the Benjamin Netanyahu just flew over there and.
Oh, he did. Holy shit!
Yeah. Aren't you Swedish, Chef?
No, I'm not.
Damn, I was trying to get you to bite there with that little comment, but yeah, okay. Where are you from?
I thought he was the guy who did all the movie trailers, to be honest.
So where are you from then, Chef?
I prefer not to disclose.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, the same thing.
And you'll see if it's really you.
The same thing happened pretty much everywhere. Like, what was Iceland? Then there was Denmark. What else was there? Germany. Yeah, I think Germany had the same thing.
I think New York actually did it as well. They tried to ban it very briefly using local ordinances or something, but like there was a huge fight back against it, and the feminists got involved in it. I think people actually underestimate how often the feminists get involved in it, like stopping anti-circumcision stuff.
How did they, like, they protested the ban?
Yeah, they protested the ban.
What the?
This is me remembering this very vaguely, but Blue Orange put me onto it, so you'd have to ask him. I tracked down the news article ages ago. It was something like 2011, 2012, 2013, something like that. They banned it very briefly. Feminists fought back. Obviously, like Jews fought back as well.
What do they have to do with any of that?
I don't remember. I think it was something to do with women's right to sleep with a man with a butchered penis, is what they were saying.
Oh,
this was Germany?
Like,
no, this was New York.
Yeah.
New York.
It was women's right to choose, like, to sleep with a man with a butchered penis.
But
if I recall
I don't
right.
even.
What did they ban there?
Circumcision.
New York, I said. Yeah, circumcision. I think it was New York. I'm pretty sure it was
New York.
Yeah. Which is a
this?
crazily SJW place to even try and do that. Yeah, and they have also, they've also butchered a few studies as well to try and continue it. Like we came across one that was to do with tactile pleasure of the penis, and they declared there was no difference between a circumcised penis and an uncircumcised penis. What they don't tell you is that they actually found the difference, but they ignored it in favor of pain response, because pain response didn't have any difference, because if you shove a pin in a guy's dick, he's going to go out. But they declared that meant there was no difference. And it was this...
There's a lot of studies that really biased on that. Like another one that I saw,
the UN one is probably the worst.
Well, one that I saw claimed there was no difference, but then they justified not including testing the foreskin in the study by saying it would have been unfair to do so because the circumcised men don't have a foreskin, so there's nothing to compare it to.
That's the fucking point.
They just totally ignored the foreskin in the study.
Well, this is feminist studies all over.
We
found one.
This isn't feminist study. This is just the American Medical Association.
They have a vested interest, obviously.
Well, they're the women. They're activists, and to be honest, we found the study I was talking about was literally a feminist study, and the one there's another one I found not related to circumcision, but it was do feminists hate men? And what they did was they went and they asked beforehand, during the questionnaire, if the woman defined, or the feminist rather, defined feminism as hating men. And if they ticked yes, then they disincluded them from the study, and they had a bunch of other ways to disinclude hateful women from the study. But they didn't just disinclude them, they included them in the category of non-feminist, which they were going against. So they were literally shifting hateful feminists who really despise men from the feminist category into the non-feminist category.
Of course.
So you're saying
they weren't doing the reverse.
Are you saying feminists falsify studies?
Yes, I am.
I don't believe you. That can't no, they want equality. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What a thunk.
So I searched for this this circumcision ban in New York you were talking about. There was no ban, from what I can see. It looks like they were trying to regulate Metzitza B'Peh, and
to regulate what, sorry?
Metzitza B'Peh. That's the Jewish ritual where they suck the blood off of the baby's bloody penis off of it after they circumcise him.
Disgusting.
And this is
and they
something
get
like
fucking
a bunch. Yeah, a bunch
they
of
get
babies
herpes
got
from that.
Yeah, a bunch of babies got herpes from it and died because a rabbi sucked their penis, their bloody penis. And it looks like back in 2012, the Mayor Bloomberg was trying to get a bill passed trying to regulate that. I guess just to stop that part of circumcision. And the article I'm looking at is trying to like frame it as some sort of like anti-Semitic, hateful regulation and trying to associate him with Nazis and stuff. But
what kind of
but
mental
yeah.
gymnastics do you have to
Imagine.
engage in to justify
Yeah.
sucking an infant boy's penis? For fuck's sake!
Imagine.
That's part of the
Imagine
religious
the-
rituals.
yeah.
They think it's for cleanliness. It's in
Imagine-
the Talmud.
Imagine
3,000 years
living.
ago,
I
it
have
probably
the
was
verse
for
in Talmud.
cleanliness. 3,000 years ago.
Imagine living in a world where you have to say the sentence, a bunch of babies died of herpes because some rabbi sucked their penis.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
insanity.
Imagine
But at
saying
least in
the
the secular
sentence,
hospitals, they
like, all
masturbate
these-
them.
imagine saying the sentence, not allowing rabbis to suck a circumcised boy's penis is anti-Semitic.
It's crazy. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day when like all these Catholic priests got in trouble for molesting young boys. Yet I mean, Metzitza Bepeh goes on in synagogues every single day in New York.
And that's worse than rape because
Nobody does anything.
children are dying. They're literally dying.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that was done about that is the New York Board of Health told them to use mouthwash beforehand. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah,
But
because
nobody
that's all-
dares fight it
Mouthwash.
because nobody wants to be seen as anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I mean that really would work as well because mouthwash is very well known for killing sexually transmitted diseases.
Yeah. And you know, in the secular hospitals, they still masturbate them, like to get them bigger so they can. I don't even really want
Are
to
you
say
saying
it.
are you saying feminists were protesting this regulation against Metzitza Bepeh?
Well, as far as I recall, I mean, I found very little on it. All I found was articles saying that they wanted to totally ban it, and it got shot down. So
the
it's
feminists
very.
wanted to totally.
No, the feminists wanted to keep it. The local authorities were trying to ban it, and I guess it might. I mean, it does sound familiar. You saying that stuff about them, the mouthwash and that sounds very, very familiar. So I'm thinking that's probably the actual answer. But they were trying to like stop some part of it, and the feminists came in and said hell no, and there was this argument that it would invalidate a woman's right to choose like a mutilated penis,
That's amazing.
which is something they've said a lot of times throughout circumcision debates. Nowadays they mostly say, oh well, it's not as bad as FGM, which is like saying we should legalize robbery because it's not as bad as
Which is
murder.
also a lie.
Yeah, it's also a lie. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
mean,
also a lie. Because
it's silly
MGM
because
is usually
one of
worse than FGM.
yeah.
It's
I mean,
a
nobody
classic-
here even talks about the stitch in anti-masturbation days, which was where they would sew up part of your penis so that if you got erect, it would really hurt, and so you know it'd stop you getting erect. And so
I
they
think
put a
that-
stitch in your dick.
The whole saying it's not as bad for it's not as bad as FGM. It's just another classic example of not measuring the harm something causes to men because we don't really know. We have no definitive studies showing the harm that it causes. There are studies, but they're not. They've got pretty small sample sizes. There are very few. I can't really find a definitive study on the sexual sensation foreskins provide, but so it's just saying so this hasn't been measured. So
Well,
there's
actually, we've got some on the citation
There's
list,
the Sorrel study
but
that measured.
Yeah, there are studies. That's not, but I wouldn't call them definitive studies. I mean, if you look at the Sorrel study, it's a well done study. It's probably the the best study to refer to, but it's still got a very small sample size.
Yeah. Well,
But,
that is unfortunate, but I mean, it's very hard to recruit people, I should think, for that kind of study anyway.
well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, America is where the vast majority of medical studies come out, and they've got a vested interest in not proving that the foreskin is important and has, you know, multiple sexual functions. I mean, there are certainly functions we 100% know that it has, but in terms of sensation, there's not really anything definitive.
Yeah, we do have a lot of. We do have a second study, which was a survey of men who were circumcised later in life, I think, saying that they lost a lot of sensation. You'd have to check through the studies on the citation list. I don't know if we've got.
Well, I know people who have been mutilated as adults, and they've been able to compare how it felt before and after, and they all say they regret doing it because they lost a ton of sensation.
Yeah, just to be clear, well, I'm not arguing that that there isn't any negative. I mean, like from all this,
I know.
as small the sample sizes are,
No, I agree with you.
All of the studies I've seen
There's
are not very.
There's a severe lack of studies being done on this. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the other thing I was
And I
going to
think
say
it's
is
exactly because of what you said.
yeah, the other thing I was going to say is that you were saying that you've spoken to a lot of men that were circumcised in later life. There's also the reverse of that. There are a lot of men that have been circumcised and then done restorations and noticed massive improvements. So, like, I mean, I started restoring. I had to stop because I tore my frenulum a little bit, so I had to stop for a while, and I haven't started again. But just the small amount of skin that I got back, I noticed a big difference because I restored enough that when I'm not erect, like my glans is covered, and I started getting more sensation in my glans. So
What, if you don't mind me asking, what device do you use?
I just use manual stretching, so just use my fingers.
Manual.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
That's
takes dedication.
not even and that's not even considering the fact that the foreskin itself has nerves in it.
Well, exactly. According to the Sorrel study, the 5 most sensitive parts of the penis are in the foreskin.
I'm not sure that all of the most.
That might actually. I don't think that is a Sorrel study. I think that's a separate one. But yeah, the one study that I read, it might have been a Sorrel. I can't remember now. But one study I read showed that the 5 most sensitive parts of the penis were in the foreskin. So like there's a frenulum, the ridge band. Just underneath the frenulum is a very little small triangle, and that is apparently the most sensitive part. There's a massive concentration of nerve endings, and apparently that has been referred to as the male equivalent of the clitoris.
That's very interesting. It's I mean, I've heard that in circumcised men, the most sensitive part is actually the scar tissue.
Yeah. I would say that for me personally, that's true, and the studies that I've read confirm that. So yeah. So something that's also not talked about is when you're circumcised, if you're having unprotected sex, right when you're about to come, you get a very unpleasant sensation, and then during and after your orgasm, your glands become so overloaded with sensation that you just can't carry on. It really badly affects your orgasm. It makes it a much less pleasurable experience because of that horrible sensation, and then afterwards you just have to stop thrusting because it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, it's not good.
I have heard of men finding it very painful to get erect.
Yeah, for some guys, that's when they've had too much
That's
skin
like when
removed.
they've had
We did actually have a guy here requesting support. I won't name him because of obviously we can't. But he was suffering from penis splitting because his circumcision was so tight.
Ugh.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it was as pleasant as it sounds. It was so tight, it was painful, and it was splitting when he got erect.
Yeah, you can also have a lopsided circumcision where they take more skin from one side than the other. So whether that's sort of the left side or the right side or the underneath or the top, and it gives you curvature of the penis. So you can have one that sort of curves off to the left or curves up too much or curves down too much if they've removed too much skin.
And sometimes they take skin off down to like half the penis. Like they'll just literally flay like half the penis.
So what percentage of like men are circumcised in America?
80%.
Oh, it's like 70-80%, yeah. I heard like
80%.
74%-ish.
Yeah, fortunately, it's becoming less common. So with babies being born now, the rates are lower. It's still way too fucking high. I mean, like one's too high, but yeah, it's at least becoming less common a practice in the US.
And it has like very little to do with religion.
Correct.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
yeah,
like
it's entirely
98% of it is.
It's mostly just social conformity.
And the
Yeah.
money. The money.
And the medical industry pushing.
I would say it's most likely mostly the money.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, like I said
Well, a
earlier,
lot of- I would say
bringing
it's
in
more
the
the
NHS
conformity.
killed it.
So a
It
lot of
is
the
a big
doctors that do it
both.
also do it for the conformity.
Oh
yeah.
I think that's a big aspect. Like I was saying before, I think a lot of people, a lot of fathers, wanting to sort of justify what happened to them, and then also when parents have had it done to their children, they're not going to want to admit that they've mutilated their child. So I think that's where a lot of the resistance comes. But
Yeah.
I also think when you talk about the money, this is something else that's not really talked about. Is if the AMA or the APA had to admit that they'd been sexually damaging the men in America for generations, imagine the legal liability that would open them up to. So there's literally no way they would want to admit that. There's no way they would.
Like millions of men could be asking for like reparations or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I mean, I
That's
do
what I
think
want.
that if you killed the money angle, you would get rid of it because that's what happened in the UK. They got rid of
Get
the.
completely rid of it.
It wouldn't get completely
I
rid
think-
of it, no, but it would reduce it by like 98%.
I think the situation is a little bit in the US because also in the UK you had your medical organization when you got the NHS, the major
Yeah.
medical organizations there were against it and they said it was unnecessary. Whereas here in the US it's the opposite. Because we have the
Yeah, that is
AAP
a point.
that unfortunately has a lot of Jewish influence.
Well,
in
to be
that
honest, I think that a major problem here is that the main reason that they say it's good is because they're getting so much money from it. Like they're getting staggering amounts of money from it. I'm not sure exactly how much, but I saw a figure mooted once that was pretty huge. It was
Like
in
if it's $300, that's already a huge amount.
yeah, $300 for 80% of the population of America. So yeah, what's 300 times several million?
Plus the money from selling them, plus the money that they'd
80%
be
of the men.
plus
Yeah,
the threat, plus the fact that they'd be getting sued if they admitted they'd done something wrong. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money tied up in it.
Yeah, have you ever seen the videos of the bloodstained men confronting doctors about it? Because they're very, very defensive. They're incredibly defensive about it.
Well, of course. I mean,
And
they've
they
been
get
told
kind
they're
of hysterical.
mutilating. They've been told they're mutilating children. Of course, they'd be defensive about it.
Yeah.
I also think like the UK. I don't know if you've ever actually read the British Medical Journal of Ethics around circumcision, but it's fucking disgusting. Because on one hand, they'll admit, yeah, there's no benefits. It causes damage. There are really severe risks. So, but we've got to take the cultural considerations into account. So, it's not a good thing, but if it's your culture to do it, then we should probably allow it.
Yeah,
I had a go at the NHS main page because they're actually being influenced by American sort of ideas, and they will say that in the case of phlismosis, I can't pronounce it, circumcision is a good
Phimosis.
option. Yeah, for the most
Yeah,
part.
that's total bullshit as well, because
Yeah.
the circumcision is almost never necessary for Moses.
Oh, yeah.
The
Your
first thing you
foreskin would
can
have
do-
to be rotting off you for it to be worth it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, the first thing should be steroid cream and stretching, and then if it's so severe that doesn't work, then there's an operation called a dorsal slit, where they just perform a little incision, and it opens it up and allows it to allows you it to function as normal. So circumcision's almost never necessary. It's bullshit that they use that to treat phimosis.
Correct. So the entire
And they can undo
justification-
the dorsal slit. They can't really undo a circumcision.
So the entire
responsible
justification
ethical medicine always goes for the least invasive option, but in this case it's the opposite, and so it's not ethical medicine.
So the entire justification is just culture. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. And money.
Basically,
Mostly money
for
in
most
America.
people.
Yeah, but they're not going to admit the money thing, obviously.
Oh no, they're never going to admit that. No, but if you look at how much
it's
money
other
they're
things
making,
too. It's ignorance because people aren't educated about the functions of the foreskin or the importance of the foreskin. It's ego, because people get defensive about it. They think, oh well, if it was done to me, then it must be okay, and there's no way my parents would betray me or mutilate me, right?
Yeah.
And then there's
in some cases, they do just take the baby away and say it's time for their circumcision. In other places, they will walk in, and when the woman is still high off her head and exhausted and dripping everywhere, and give her some papers to sign, which just happen to include the papers for the circumcision, which they won't even tell her about, really. And in some places, they'll sell it like a upgrade. I've literally heard from people on here saying, oh, the doctor said that it was like chrome on a car, and give him the old, make his dick shiny, and give him a porn star dick.
Fuck.
Yeah, they'll say give him a porn star dick. In some places, it's just such a routine transaction that you sign the papers, and it's just part of the papers, and voila, it happens, and there's no real actual thought involved or any decision really, because it's just so much a part of the machine, and it's just not even spoken about.
Yeah, that's another reason why I think it's done here is, there's not enough people speaking out against it. People are silent. There's also the obviously the gynocentrism, misandric, empathy gap for boys. There's
the fact that the
there's also
foreskin only turns up in circumcision manuals.
Yeah, and there's also part of it is religion. Like I said before, there's lots of Jewish influence in certain the medical industry.
Yeah, I don't think that's deniable, because if there wasn't, then Denmark would have banned it by now.
Right.
Well, it's not deniable for the 2%, but I think that when it comes to the majority, we can say there's that bias there, but I think the money is the majority there, because we honestly, they don't
I'm saying they're in the way of banning it.
Yeah, they are in the way of banning it, and that's very unfortunate. But I think we could get it down to that 2% and then fight the 2%. I think that's the way to do it.
Sorry, go on.
So it's just saying that tactically speaking, what you've got to do is end it for non-Jewish circumcision. You've got to make it an unpopular thing to do without alienating the Jewish crowd, and then you can address the Jewish crowd.
I don't see how that will ever happen, because the Jews are always. Jews are going to. They see you doing that, they're going to fight back.
But it's not regular. It's not regular Jewish people even. It's like
It's
they have
yeah.
lobbies. They have like
Yeah.
lobbying power. And that's the
Everyone has a lobby these days, except
Well,
us.
actually, I think it is regular Jewish people, because
no,
like
regular Jewish people are like one of the most irreligious group in among
yeah, but
all the religions.
here's the thing: even Jews who are cultural, like atheist Jews, still practice.
Can someone explain that to me? Like, how does that
It's
make
it's
sense?
part
It's
of
the same. It's the same way that it's cultural in America. I mean, it's just a case
right.
of, well, this was done to me, therefore it was good. My penis is fine. This is something I should do to my son. I mean, it's the same. It's the same
It's
thing.
Mm.
But I definitely
kind of
think
part of their
Human was
cultural
right.
identity.
I think Human was right when he said that, at least in the American context, to say that it's more of the medical community and the financial side of it than it is religious. But I think in other places it's less so. And I think also people talk about the Jewish community a lot, but they fail to recognise that it's, especially in Europe, it's the Islamic community that people are
Oh
scared of
yeah.
offending because
Yeah,
it's
thank you. That was what I was going to say.
Yeah, they're a big part too, obviously.
Mm. In places like the Philippines, it's just a cultural tradition where they'll have a big room and they'll bring all of the boys in and they'll do them all at once, and you'll have rows and rows and rows of boys who are just being mutilated, and it's
Yeah,
one of the most horrifying things you'll ever see.
Yeah, I've seen it.
From what I
It is.
understand, even in Europe, I feel like Jews are a bigger obstacle to banning it in Europe because
No, like
because
there's very
well,
few
Jews
Jewish
are
people in Europe.
there's less of them, but they're better organized.
Yeah,
They're
I
more
think that's true.
they put more like you look at what
Like-
happened in
Yeah.
Iceland and Denmark. The most of the pressure they got for not banning it was from Jewish groups.
Like
I
when
don't think
Benjamin
that's
Netanyahu
true.
just flies up to you and stops it right before it happens. That's
Whereas I haven't heard much of like Muslims really fighting that hard again.
No, they
Yeah,
were
some
though.
of them
That's the
are
thing.
against it.
They were part
Not-
of the pressure groups in Iceland,
Well,
pressuring the
part of
government.
it.
I mean, I'm not sure which one you could say had more influence in the case of Iceland, but I certainly think in the case of UK, for instance, there are far more Muslims in the UK than there are Jewish people. Maybe the Jewish people are more organised.
at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. Like
Islamophobia is much more of a thing in Europe as well. Like the Europeans are very, very scared of being called Islamophobic, and it's much more of a sort of a problem.
I don't know if you saw the letter that the ADL wrote to the Icelandic parliament about basically they said if you pass this bill and ban circumcision, we're going to make sure to damage your reputation and label you as Nazis and damage your
basically they're threatening.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
They're basically giving out a threat.
They were going to attack them, their tourism and stuff. Well, yeah, I do think that we've really got to address the secular organisations very strongly as well, because it's like, I mean, the main people actually spreading it to other countries are organisations. I can't remember the name, but there's some big. I think the WHO are doing it. I think the UN might be doing it.
Yeah,
they're
going to these other countries. They're putting up
UNICEF
posters. They're saying it'll cure AIDS.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like,
Well,
what is the point of that?
It's making them money in America, and they're probably going over there to, set it up so they can make money there as well.
It's making the world safe for Jews.
No, I don't think that's the idea at all. I think it's making the world safe
think
for
it is.
giant American conglomerates in that case. But the Jews, I don't think, really care about enforcing it outside their group, but they're very, very very hard on making sure that they can do it within their group.
I think a lot
I
of
think
the
that's really what they want.
I think a lot.
If you've read a couple Jewish news sources, where they actually talk about how they want to push it in Africa, and they talk about having
Really?
their own doctors in Israel actually practice on African boys and men. You might change your mind.
I haven't seen that.
The thing is, a lot of the
I'll find
promoting
it for you.
a lot of promoting it in Africa is based on the studies that were done in Africa and by the American medical associations and American groups. Like, for instance, one of the studies was funded by the guy that actually makes the restraints for circumcising infants. And a lot of the reason it's been popularized over there is due to the fact that they're trying to them going over there and doing studies where it's a much more relaxed and they can get away with a lot more sort of bullshit and they're essentially just trying to justify it in the West by with those studies.
Wasn't one of those
A lot
studies
of
funded
those-
by the guy who made the clamp?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure about that. I know one of them was funded by the guy. I don't know if you've seen those. Oh, they're fucking grim. The sort of boards with the restraints on that they use to restrain the babies.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, one of them
Yeah.
was funded by the guy that owned the patent for that.
It looks literally like a torture device.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible, that thing.
And not only that, but this circumcision campaign that they have right now in Africa is being funded by U.S. taxpayers and also by Bill Gates.
Oh, that was very surprising to me when I found out.
It might be less surprising to you when you realise that he's trying to eradicate AIDS there. He funds a lot of condom stuff as well. And as much as there's arguments to be made that condoms being trafficked through Africa is actually might be increasing the AIDS crisis due to the fact that they kind of disintegrate in the African sun, especially if they're left in the heat of air-conditioned clinic for weeks at a time or travelled around in a open truck or something. Putting that all aside, he is very much into the anti-AIDS scene, and he's very much trying to fix it.
Oh,
And
so
to be
he's
honest,
going off
yeah.
bad research.
Yeah, he is. I mean, to be honest, I appreciate him trying to fix it if that's what he's doing, but circumcision is really not the way to go. It is really not. I mean,
Well,
we've got studies on
it's-
the site showing that it actually increases your rate of catching STDs. So
Yep, it absolutely does. There's almost no doubt about that. Like, there's so many different ways that it increases the risk of getting an STD or STI.
yeah, I
Also,
really wish I could get 10
studies
minutes
saying-
with him in a coffee shop with those studies, but honestly, he's so deep into it that I wonder if it'd have any effects on him, because he'd be like, no, I can't possibly be doing anything wrong. I can't possibly.
Yep, I mean, I think you've got the same problem that you'll get in general, where he's not going to want to admit that he's been needlessly
Nobody-
raping boys,
yeah.
so double down.
Nobody really wants to admit that they tortured 10,000, a million boys for just no reason, and ripped
can
off
people
their
be so
foreskins and
first?
ruined their sexual lives and sold it to them on a promise that it would stop them getting AIDS, where they now think they're immune to AIDS and they go and sleep with AIDS-riddled prostitutes and all sorts of things, and they end up catching it at even greater rates.
I saw another
Well, at
study
least I
too that
know it.
said that it actually circumcision actually made it more likely for a male to transfer HIV to female.
Yeah,
I'd be
again,
surprised.
no, that's definitely true. It increases the infection rate for both partners. Well, I can even explain medically how it works. But basically, because the foreskin provides lubrication, that's one way it increases friction. It keratinizes the skin on the head of the penis, which makes it rougher and more likely to cause abrasions. And you also have the natural gliding motion of the foreskin, which again decreases the friction. So all of those things increase the friction. And obviously, again, the rougher head of the penis causes more abrasion. So the whole thing just creates more pathways for pathogens to pass through. Like it called unprotected sex.
That makes sense.
Unprotected sex. Well, the circumcised guy causes more microabrasions for both partners. It's pretty obvious. There's also sort of natural bacteria that occur on an uncircumcised penis, which protects the head of the penis from infections. And when you circumcise, you no longer produce those bacteria.
It's very interesting that we know that, and yet they still push the cleanliness and the stuff.
Well, again, it's just a case of, there are studies that show the opposite, and that's what people want to push. People with financial interests, or sort of interest in justifying what they've done themselves or whatever. They can just point to the African studies and say, "Oh no, it decreases the rate of infections."
We do actually have stuff debunking that on the citation list too.
Yeah. I mean, those studies are fucking terrible. They're other than feminist studies, they're the worst. They're certainly in terms of medical studies, they're the worst studies that I've ever read. They're so obviously flawed. Again, though, it's one of those things you can point out the flaws in the studies to somebody using them for evidence, but they don't care. They don't even read them. They're just like, this study says what I want to believe, therefore I am right.
Do we have counter studies?
Yeah, there are studies showing that it increases the rate of infection. I think that Human was saying that he'd read one. I read a couple that showed that it increased the rate of infection. I can track them down for you if you want.
They're literally just on the citation list.
Oh, okay. I don't need to then.
Yeah, that's what it's for. We've got the right at the top. We've got the review of the African studies that debunks them, and then we've got studies showing that it increases the rate of STDs, and we've got studies showing it shrinks your dick. We've got studies showing it decreases pleasure. We've got the whole shebang. Yeah,
So
we
if
just
you,
need more.
I mean,
if
just
you
in terms of
care about your ego, like even if you just care about your ego, that should be enough. Like it makes your penis smaller, literally.
I know, this is one of the things I like to push because a lot of men are insecure about their dick size. And, I actually had a guy who I was, talking to online, and I accidentally didn't insult what he was telling me, but I made almost a joke about it, and he took it the wrong way, and he was very upset about it, and he blocked me and stuff. And
oh man.
Well, I think another thing to appeal to along the same vein is that pun not intended, but another thing to appeal to would be another thing to appeal to would be that it increases the discomfort that the woman will feel during sex due to the lack of lubrication and all the things I mentioned before, basically. But then also there's the fact that the foreskin engorges during sex, so it makes the top part of the penis thicker. So it gives you more girth, and then also the ridge band at the top is actually designed to stimulate the G-spot. So there's that as well. So there are all those three ways in which it makes sex more pleasurable for the woman, which I think that's something to.
So imagine that, like guys care more about that than the fact that they're getting mutilated.
Well, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I think it's certainly worth appealing to that vanity, because I think that as sad as it is, I think it is the case that a lot of guys, that would be a lot more effective an argument than saying you've lost sexual sensation yourself.
Yeah.
I have actually found that argument is very successful. I had to actually console a guy who I told about that because he felt absolutely robbed. He was very, very, very upset about it, and I still feel sorry for the guy. And yeah,
It's a hard one, that, because
Teehee.
yeah, another pun in there. I'm good with the unintentional puns today, but yeah, there's the. I lost track of what I was saying now. You've interrupted me by pointing out my pun. How dare you?
It's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, like it's one of them. Like if you're trying to explain it to somebody, there is almost that element of like, well, this guy's perfectly happy with it, and now I'm going to explain to him how he should be really pissed off about the state of his penis. It's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
I have a good reason to be pissed off about that, I would say too.
Well, absolutely. I am. I'm really pissed off about it.
Yeah, you have a very good reason to be. Well, I guess we already knew that, but
Yeah, man. I didn't find it too difficult to come to terms with, but I can imagine that a lot of people would.
oh yeah, most definitely. Like, actually, to be honest, if I talk to all circumcised, I don't like the word, but I'm gonna use it anyway now. Women compared to men, I actually say that most male victims of genital mutilations are actually worse off because of it. No, have like more issues with being mutilated than the female victims have met. On average, not all, but generally speaking, that.
Well, I mean, I think just generally speaking,
Ion Herciele said that.
I think generally speaking, that's definitely the case, because like a large proportion, maybe even a majority of female circumcision is just nicking, which is it's wrong, obviously, but it's very, very, very minor. It's just like a small incision to the labia or to the clitoris, and it's just ceremonial.
Yeah, actually, a woman who wore circumcised, she was actually the one who told me when I went to private school in high school. She was the one who told me that circumcision of boys is just as it's like both. It's like circumcision of girls. It's both genital mutilation all the time. There's no exception. There's no gender difference. It was a female victim of genital mutilation who told me that. That's the reason why I find it out in the first place.
I think it's kind of a pointless thing to get into of which one's worse in a way, but at the same time, when you have so many people using the argument of, oh well, female genital mutilation's way worse, and I think it's something that it's somewhat worthwhile engaging in and just dispelling the myth that it's way, way worse.
Interesting fact that the females who say it's worse, they have not been the victims of genital mutilations, whereas the female victims of genital mutilations will always usually say about the same thing, depending on the circumstance.
That's very worth mentioning, actually.
Yes.
The woman telling off the man who's been genitally mutilated is generally not genitally mutilated.
And the woman who defended him, as he shouldn't be genitally mutilated, she the woman who have been mutilated, they will defend the men who have been mutilated and saying that it was bad and wrong.
I'm surprised to hear that Ion Herciele came out and said that, because as much as I respect her, in some ways I think she's very naive in other ways when it comes to gender stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I do agree with that. And that's like the reason why I have the citation for the thing when they were castrating boys who were masturbating. But technically, the person who provided the citation, like, it's a Lazy Green video, but it's more of that in her citation. So I guess, but I don't have the time to go through it, so I'm just gonna leave that video. And I feel about the same about her when it comes to this.
Wait,
but
Lazy Green came out in opposition to circumcision?
Yeah, she did that about. I think she did it. Yeah, she did like in the mid 2010s. Yeah,
It's not that surprising though. There are plenty.
7 years ago.
There are plenty of feminists, even though most of them will say it's not as bad as FGM. They'll still come out and be against circumcision.
Yeah, it's true. For various different reasons, but usually I hear actually the teachers who and one of the feminists that was my teacher, right? She actually encouraged me to do like a speech against male genital mutilation. So yeah, that's true. It happens more often than people might assume.
Well, that's good to hear, because most of the opposition I get from talking about it is actually from feminists.
Yeah,
Or
like,
I mention it, and you'll get a feminist screaming at you in the comments saying
It's not
the FGM is
comparable.
worse. Yeah, it's not comparable.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah,
Like,
exact
who
phrase they
told
use.
you to compare? Like, who told you to compare?
Yeah,
Why are you
she
that's
did.
Well, actually, we can compare it because we have a memory holds blog post from a woman who was circumcised defending it in on the
Yeah.
citation list. And I like to bring that up because she sounds exactly like those men who defended who were circumcised. And it's very interesting. It got deleted because, or moved or something, I'm not sure what, but it being censored is very much more likely.
That's
Because
kind
of
of
what it's
ironic.
saying. Yeah, she's defending it. And I mean, we're not putting it on there to defend circumcision. We're actually putting it on there to show people, see the antis, like the pro-circumcision arguments for male circumcision are identical to the arguments that people will use for FGM. Like,
Well,
just
yeah.
absolutely identical.
I don't know how many people have watched the movie American Circumcision, but on there they spoke to a woman that was defending female circumcision, making exactly the same sort of arguments that you hear from people that defend male circumcision.
Well, it's because there are always the same argument.
Yeah.
It's the same mentality. It's the same idea behind it, which is like this horrible anti-sex, autonomy, usually religiously motivated, but not all. But that's also usually an element to it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I want to watch American Circumcision, but to be honest, I've seen too many circumcision videos already, and it's kind of there's
Even
only
one.
so many times you can
Yeah,
really
even one is too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a reason that in the red pill they only show a very, very tiny little bit of one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's,
wanted to.
it's one of them. It doesn't sound like you would need to watch it. It sounds like you already have the.
Oh, I
facts
want it
at
for the
disposal.
arguments, to like just strip it for arguments, and even clips, video clips would be very handy, and just to show people.
Yeah,
It's that kind of thing rather than, I mean, I already know it's bad and I've seen it, but getting stuff like as you mentioned, like the FGM proponents, I didn't know about that, and that's very interesting.
Yeah, it was only the one woman, but she was making all of the same arguments.
Yeah, well,
She
it
actually-
would
she
be
actually-
good if we could have gotten more of them in there, but at the same time, it would, it'd be very difficult to track down people like that who would be willing to speak up because they would get absolutely slaughtered for it, at least if they live in America.
Well, I
If
mean,
they-
you only need to look at the culture of FGM in Africa and listen to the people talking about it and why they do it, and listen to them defend the practice to know that they do make the same arguments.
Interesting fact is that now I hear more people using female genital mutilations as they use that to defend male genital mutilations more than to attack female genital mutilations, if I were to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, it's interesting that they'll do that. It's weird that they'll do that, to be honest.
I know why. They're female supremacists. It's kind of simple.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty much, I think, why. It's yeah.
I think a part of it is not wanting to acknowledge men's issues in general.
Oh yeah.
And also, like, I would say, like, making a non-gendered issue, well, technically this genders, but not in the other directions, right? And making it gendered when it's not would be sexist, and that's what they're doing. They're taking an issue that is only legal to do to boys, but not to girls, right? And making it gendered in the opposite direction.
They do that. They do that all the time.
It's horrible. That's why that's why people like that piss me off. That's why I have basically no respect for them at all. I have so little respect for them you can possibly have. None at all. We have negative respect. I would say.
I definitely think that FGM is actually an issue in the UK still, because up until very, very recently, even though it was illegal, they weren't actually prosecuting. There was one case very recently where they prosecuted somebody, but other than that, it was pretty much de facto legal, because although it's technically illegal, they just weren't prosecuting people due to cultural sensitivities.
You know, this
It's
is
hard
why
to say if
this is
I
why
think
This is why we need a cultural revolution.
I think that's I think that some of these people actually, they think it's either or. They think that either FGM has to be legal or male circumcision has to be legal in their head.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like,
Yeah,
nobody's
they've got this
losing
weird
anything.
dichotomy. Well, a
Nobody's
lot of
losing.
boys are losing a lot, but
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well, like I said before,
I
think a
don't.
big,
I
a
don't
big,
think that's how they.
I think a big part of it.
Oh yeah.
I think a big part of it is just not wanting to acknowledge men's issues.
Yes.
And acknowledge that men are victimized in any way, because that, the way feminists tend to view the world is there's a big victimhood pie and they want all of it.
yeah, very much so, from my experience.
It's more.
Well, it's getting very late and I'm getting very tired, actually, guys.
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
I've got to shut down the stream and get to sleep.
But before we
So-
go, I have a question, Human. Are we still
What?
working on the wiki?
Yeah. You're all still welcome to work on the wiki, and I'm struggling to find time to work on the wiki because I'm working on a big project related to the movement. That's it's well, I'm working on a lot of different things at the moment, but I would like to put somebody in charge of the wiki, and if they can recruit people from the Discord to help them, then that would be very good. Would you like to help with that? Like maybe start asking people around. I know we were talking about you doing the archive as well, and I forgot about that. But, I just remembered. Yeah, I can set up the archivist role if I remember tomorrow. Please do keep reminding me about it.
Yeah, I will. Okay.
Yeah.
And I can help
Yeah.
you with the wiki as well.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, does anyone here want to help with the wiki? It's very easy. You can just edit it like regular Wikipedia, and we do have to give you an account because we've been trying to stop infiltration, because it's very hard to keep track of the entire thing, and people can just make pages and they could put a.
I'm going to be busy for the next week or so because I'm moving, but after that, I don't mind helping out.
Well, thank you very much. If you could conspire with Yudia and anyone else who wants to get involved, then please do. To get to the wiki, all you have to do is go to menahuman.com and then type a / after it and then W, I think it is.
I'll drop you a message once I've got a bit more free time. I'll drop you a message and you can give me the details, man.
But of course, I do have to give you an account, so you have to tell me an account name.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, once we've done that, I can maybe set some people to administrators who can hand out other accounts. All right. Well, thank you very much for everyone turning up and talking. It's been very lively this week. And till next week, goodbye then, and good night.
Yeah, catch you later.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi. Who's still here? Hello.